Hello, a very good afternoon and welcome to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. It's Friday and the final day of qualification for the final day of action here in Portsmouth. And we kickstart with Scott Mitchell and Justin Smith. It's the first game of Group C, and overnight both of these players have the share for the lead. 3 players on 6 points at the top of the table, Scott Mitchell and Justin Smith in second and third respectively, and it's Adrian Gray who leads the pile after picking up 3 wins from his opening salvo. Richie Howson, Andreas Toft, Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden all provide stiff opposition in behind, all of them on 4 points. It's a grandstand finale type day. And alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in the commentary box, it's a very good afternoon to Chris Murphy.
Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, everybody. As Justin Smith completes his practice starts, a winner on the Challenge Tour. And Scott Mitchell, a winner at the Lakeside. The 53-year-old Dorset darter won that big title back in 2015. And his week has taken an interesting turn. It started as a pundit and commentator. It might end with him winning £5,000. Owen Binks, the referee, officiating the action this afternoon. 15 matches for him to watch over and for you to watch over. Thanks for joining us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the first part of today's action. You can stay with us and watch all of it in full. We've also got Group B at 10 tonight.
Game on!
And please do, if you like what you see, do us a little favour and subscribe. Now, many of you watching aren't subscribed to the channel. If you do that, then it will enable us to produce more top content with the likes of Scott Mitchell, who we had it confirmed yesterday, Henry, does have a dog on his darts.
140.
Yes, all the big exclusives here at the MODUS Super Series. I suppose it's very on brand, and Scott is a very on brand player. As for Justin Smith, well, he's not so much a dog, he's more a chameleon, and he's hoping he won't be coming in and going the bearded dragon after today's proceedings.
Back to the old shirt for Scott Mitchell. That's a bit of a disappointment for me. I thought yesterday's garment was much better.
26.
A poor visit there. 140 to start, but only 26 to follow.
Scott, it has to be said, had a lot hit against him. There was 8 ton-plus checkouts in this session yesterday. 4 of them were hit against Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, he lost, didn't he, his last
100. Justin, you require 100
game against Justin Smith yesterday, and his second to last game against Chris Wickenden. Mitchell could have been pretty much home and hosed after a hat-trick of wins to kick off Thursday's
60.
action. And I know when we both spoke to him last night, when he still fulfilled his punditry and commentary duties, what a guy. He did say that he was disappointed to lose those games, and his mission now was to put that right by winning the first 2 today.
100. Justin, you require 100.
The dog looking to dish up some revenge.
But it is the bearded dragon who has got off to the better of the start of the 2, leaving 104. He had 2 ton-plus checkouts. One of them in this game against Scott yesterday. 102. So Mitchell, he's looking for 135 to break the throw in the opening leg. 25 means 110 less, so treble 20 would have given him a dart at the bullseye, and that first dart would have been a plum guide and marker.
Yeah, well, did think he might still go for it because it was such a good marker. He could have teed up tops by landing the bullseye. Instead, he's made a mess of the treble 18 attempt. And Justin Smith
Game shot on the first leg.
in no trouble on the double 8.
So the bearded dragon leads by a leg to 0, 16 darts to complete the first leg. Maybe at times we were a little bit critical of Justin Smith yesterday, but if you actually break down his numbers, his range was very, very low, very, very small. His lowest average of the day was an 86.31. He had 2 averages in the 86 range and 2 averages of 94. So effectively, he's getting things done in that 6-visit range.
41.
Which at times yesterday was enough. Scoring power was up there. Missed opportunities at times, and I think he was the first to admit, wasn't he, after the session yesterday, that when he's at it, but he's still awaiting that real B game that's going to be ultra competitive in this type of format and this type of environment.
60.
And this was one of those games where Justin averaged 94. Mitchell lost this match with a 97.38 average. It went all the way to a decider 4-3. A tiny match. Both players
59.
66% on the doubles. Some pop combinations in there as well.
Well,
59.
Mitchell still in charge in this leg, but if Justin Smith can fire in 3 big trebles here, he could be down to a finish first. That's not going to happen. And it is nice to see him switch after that first start
92.
there, because yesterday I think that was a little bit of a mistake of his. The first start would block the bed and he would persevere, often with no success.
That was kind of the common theme of yesterday, wasn't it?
100.
Players not switching. A lot from Richie Howson when that first start just dipped below the triple bed. He was still trying to persevere with that target, and sometimes they call it the definition of madness, isn't it? That you do the
100.
same thing 100
You're
times and expect the same
106.
result.
Treble 18 for Mitchell now.
58. Justin, you require 149.
Big outside shot here for Justin Smith. Neither player really getting going from the start.
97.
Smith can
So
get
you
away
require
2-0 here. I think he would
48.
feel like he'd won the lottery. But it's double 16. And it's
Game's on the
levels, you
second leg.
devils.
Scott Mitchell.
1-1 it is, and Justin Smith will feel like he's let an opportunity go because
Well,
Scott has
Justin
not
to throw
really got out the
first.
trap
Game on.
so far, but it's still managed to keep himself in the equation, averaging sub 80. The 2015
93.
world champ. His numbers yesterday, perhaps expected, were much better than they were on Wednesday when he was given that last-minute appearance to stand in and fulfill duties. It was 77 the average on Wednesday, moved up to an 89.5.
125.
18 out of 47 as well when it came to the finishing. Justin Smith, we talk about this low range that he had. His average for the day was just a smidgen under 90, 89,
44.
89, and so 89, 99, and 14 from 47 when it came to the finishing. These two, I think actually when you evaluate
60.
the day as a whole, probably were the two standout players.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a battle between those. The winner of this, really, doesn't it? And
140.
whoever else can emerge from these early fixtures, whoever gets to 8 points first in this group is going to be the favourite. Adrian Gray playing in his second game, and they're the matches that I think for me are more interesting when you've got a player on 6 and a player on 4,
100.
because it is very quickly a bit of an all or nothing contest. If you win that from 4 points and level with the player on 6, it's game on. If you lose it and they move 4 points clear with only 4 games to play, it's pretty much game over.
Better leg this from Smith, back-to-back 140. He leads on 184 after 9.
$81. Justin, you require
To
84.
put himself 2-1 to the good. May just be a dart of the bullseye. The middle segment
59.
dipped just
So you
below.
require 135.
Needed at least the outer ring there. Smith coming back and mop up the 25.
44. Justin, you require 25.
2 8s for 2-1. Double 4
17.
has just presented
require
Mitchell with
91.
another opportunity and a chance to break. Hasn't really got out of 5th gear. But Justin Smith is just giving him chance after chance.
Double 11.
69. Justin, you
Mitchell
require
just
8.
had the opportunity there for the Artful Dodger act. Couldn't pick the pocket. Now Smith looking to zip it up.
2 twos.
Gage on
He
the
gets
third
there in the end.
Justin
It
Smith.
took some faffing around. It took 5 darts to get there, but Justin Smith re-establishes his lead
Wickenden
in this
Scottish
game at
reverse.
2-1.
Game on.
Just a reminder, the order of play is
44.
opposite to yesterday. This was the last contest of Thursday afternoon. So coming next is Richie Howson against Adrian Gray. Now that was a bizarre end to the day.
100.
Adrian Gray, who just won 12 consecutive legs before that game, really capitulated, didn't he? And there was a little bit of afters in that game. Not sure what it was all about. Howson, one of the nicest men you could wish to meet,
60.
but Adrian Gray had a bit of beef.
I think in the end it turned out a bit of a storm in the teacup.
60.
I think all very amicable and jovial in the practice room this morning. This is one of the unique things about the Super Series, is the fact that unlike other competitions where you can probably separate yourself from your opponents, you can stand in one side of the room or your opponent be in the other, or you practice elsewhere, is the fact that all 6 players
100.
are confined into one practice room, one small space, and, well, you've got to get along with one another, otherwise it's going to be a very long day.
Don't play it down, Henry. They were having fisticuffs
85.
this morning. They weren't.
$60.
Do you feel like the blue touch paper needs lightning in this game a bit?
Yeah, something needs to surge. I think it's difficult. He did well to win it
140.
yesterday, Justin Smith. It's a difficult fixture for a player of the pace of Smith, isn't it? To go up against a player of the pace of Mitchell, who does everything in his own time. What can happen actually
81.
is you
Justin,
can
require
slow your own
116.
approach down to avoid sort of Mitchell still being there, but then you end up throwing your darts even faster than you usually would. It all feels unnatural.
100.
Constantly trying to find that right balance
156.
rather than just get on with your game. And the great players say it, darts gets complicated when you start thinking. Don't think, just throw.
Justin Smith is thinking and hoping for a 3-1 lead and a possible breaker throw.
94.
He had a good record on 8 yesterday.
Justin,
He
you
wasn't too
require
bad on this
16.
particular target area, but he has had a miss on this already today.
Game shot on the fourth.
And there is no mistake
Justin
that
Smith.
time as Justin Smith, in a blink of an eye, blink and you'll miss it, moves into a 3-1 lead
The
against
biggest
Scott
Justin
Mitchell and
to
is
throw
now
first.
throwing for the match.
Game on.
Yeah, we might be about to see Scott Mitchell move out of the provisional qualifying places for the first time in this group. One of his first 3 matches was occupying the top 2, but Smith could be on 8 points, and that would see Scotty Dog Mitchell sink down to 3rd place. The top 2 go through. That's the as it stands league table.
140.
The other players in the group, Richie Howson, Andres Toft Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden, are all on 4 points.
92.
All right, he's just a commentator, Murph. That's apparently the rhetoric, isn't it, around here?
These days, yeah, Glenn Durrant to thank for that. Good luck to Duzza, by the way. He is making his commentary debut at the World Championship over the Christmas period. If you're watching,
83.
Glenn, all very proud of you, mate.
At least he reaches the 2nd round this year.
$99.
Yeah, good luck to everybody in any capacity at the Worlds in the next few weeks or so. We've got a few from our team. They're going to be there. We've got 15 players that play at the Super Series that are going to be there.
100.
And if you
Justin,
are
you
watching a bit of the
require
opening night tonight, don't
170.
forget that when you finish watching that, you can carry on watching us. 10 p.m. the action underway in Group B. And it looks like the first match of Group C today is coming to its conclusion.
79.
Scott Mitchell, who's played on the Ali Pali stage, he's actually commentated at Ali Pali as well. On the radio. Did it because one of our other
100.
colleagues here at the Super Series got
91.
COVID, and Scott Mitchell filled in for Paul Nicholson on that occasion. Well, the rescue act on now. Options. And the treble 20 route. Now, Scott Mitchell's got a chance to stay in this match. How long are you sticking around, Scotty?
43.
I suppose you'll have to call him the
Scotty
janitor, the way
requires
that he steps
78.
in and fills in particular situations. I suppose he's a plumber.
I think he's probably done every job going. Running a farm, hasn't he, Scott Mitchell?
38.
He couldn't quite complete that job.
Justin, you require 48.
Now Justin Smith for the points. He'll move him top of the pile temporarily if he can find double 16. Complete a 4-1 victory.
Well, Scott thinks it's going.
24.
He was wrong. There's a reprieve for
Scotty,
Mitchell.
require 40.
A stay of execution for Scotty Dog. And he
Game shot on the
pins
fifth
Tops,
leg.
caressing the
Scott
second
Mitchell.
dart off the barrel of the first to bring it back to 3-2 to return the game to throw. And he's now throwing to
Six-legged
send us
Scott to
to
throw
a decider.
first.
Remember,
Game on.
he was 3-1 down in his first game yesterday against Adrian Gray. He was 2-0 down in the piece as well. And he picked up the pieces and picked up a 4-3 win. Is history going to strike
60.
twice for the Dorset man in an opening game of the day?
Yeah, that was a breaker throw, so he has the darts to force that deciding leg.
45.
We're going to set a little challenge as we're closing in on Christmas for viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel
60.
and those engaging with us on social media at MSS Darts across plenty of platforms. We've got the X app open here. And if you want to
92.
tweet in, the theme of the day is to give us your best Christmas-themed darts players. How about that? A bit of festive cheer on a Friday afternoon. What have you got, Henry? Anything up your sleeve?
125.
And you can't have real ones, so like Frosty the Throwman, that doesn't count. You've got to change something in their name to make it Christmas themed.
Cam Christmas tree?
44.
C minus. See me.
It's easy for me to pronounce.
Well, back to the present for now. We'll come back to that later. But do get involved at MSS Darts.
24.
Well, that's a visit that could just change the leg. May have just got Scott thinking a little bit, as he may have had a room for comfort in this sixth, but not looking comfortable on the stage, it has to be said. I don't know what quite irked him there. And Justin Smith's having a look at
65.
something in the background. I don't know whether there's a fly or something in the auditorium, possibly. But he's turned the screw in this leg, the bearded dragon. Back-to-back scores of 140 has left him on tops, and it means that Scott Mitchell has got to take out this 167 to save the match. He's not going to. And so Justin Smith returns for tops for a 4-2 victory. He's already had the opportunity to finish the match off, and he's got another go
31.
to move top of the pile.
40.
Tops is what he wants.
And tops
Game
is
shot
what he
and the
gets.
match.
Justin Smith defeats Scott Mitchell for the second successive day. The pair shake hands after a decent darting ding-dong to start off the festivities on Friday, but it's all looking good for Justin Smith. A 4-2 win sees him move clear outright at the top of the table. He's on 8 points. Scott Mitchell left stranded on 6, and looking to join him, Richie Howson, who's up after the break when he takes on Adrian Gray. Game 2 of 15 about to get underway here at the MODUS Super Series. The first one was 4-2 to Justin Smith, beating Scott Mitchell and moving Scotty Dog down out of the provisional qualifying places for finals night. He will be there, but will he be on the stage playing or on the stage talking to Henry Deacon, who I've got the pleasure of sitting alongside in the commentary box for today's action? Ready for this meeting between the Owl, Richie Howson, 3 times a World Seniors finalist this year. He's going to take on maybe the surprise package of yesterday, Henry and Adrian Gray.
Yeah, most definitely. The debutant from St Leonard's on Sea. And, well, he won 12 legs in a row in 3 consecutive 4-0 victories. But in this game against Howson yesterday, there was a considerable tail-off. As for the Owl, well, he played some good stuff. He actually pretty much played to his yearly numbers. Yesterday, average of 88.55, which is actually a point in excess of his annual stats, and 13 out of 38 on the doubles, which is just slightly below the 37% he has on the finishing stats for the last 12 months. But,
to throw first.
well, he came up against players that were banging for him. Him and Scott Mitchell probably had players playing their A games against him, probably reputations before them as well. And he's got a big task today. But by winning this reverse fixture yesterday, has just given himself a bit of an outside chance.
Yeah, a really good start and a really good finish, but in between didn't work out for Richie Howson. However, as Henry just alluded to, if he wins this, then suddenly he's tied for that second place
100.
with 2 players as well that have played the same amount of games. Usually the rule of 3 is sort of certain in this group. You won't qualify if you lose more than 3 matches, but you can see it going that way today. You can see that rule being broken, an exception.
Well, the rule applies when you've got a couple of players that really dominate and a couple of players that straggle down the bottom end of the table. But when you have a competitive group like this, sometimes 12 points can just be enough. And to be honest, the rule of three philosophy is becoming a bit of an ancient art because we're seeing more and more players go through on 12, such as the competitiveness of these groups these days. Whereas perhaps at the start, you could make an argument that the players that dropped down from Group A had a big advantage and those coming in struggled to acclimatise. But now you've got 12 players week in, week out who are there and ready to be there for the taking.
Yeah, and if it's just one player that races away, which could happen with Justin Smith.
180.
You could see quite low second place points tally, but that maximum from Richie Howson just reminds Adrian Gray that he won't have it all his own way. Treble 18 would leave the bullseye. Not to be.
89. Richie requires 78.
So 78 for Howson for an opening leg hold.
Treble 18 found. Double 12. Found.
On the first leg.
A one-leg
Richie
lead.
Howson.
The Owl with the opening honours against the Conqueror.
Second against Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Howson won this game yesterday with an 84.72 average. 4 from 11 when it came to the finishing as for Adrian. It felt like he just ran out of steam, really, didn't he, after a long day. But as far as he's concerned, it was job done no matter what happened in that last game against Richie on Thursday afternoon.
91.
Will be revealed at around 6 o'clock. Who will be joining Andreas Harrison at finals night on Saturday?
100.
Don't forget, if you're at a loose end, stuck for something to do, and you fancy watching the darts up close and personal, you can be here in Portsmouth at finals night. Tickets available by scanning that QR code. Heading to the website dartshop.tv. Free of charge, but for a very small booking fee. That just keeps us in chocolates at Christmas. It's a nice, unique experience. Going to see
83.
some good darts on Saturday night, that's for sure. A nice little VIP Christmas party. And if you can't get here, just make sure you, across all of our content on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel,
85.
there is plenty of stuff available. You were talking earlier, Henry, about players playing at Ali Pali, and there's also the best moments of some of those players that have played here and will be playing at the World Championship. Fallon Sherrock and Luke Littler.
98.
Best Super Series moments videos are online now, and there'll be another 8 or 9 videos coming up before those players appear on the World Championship stage, just to get you in the mood.
Yeah, those social boffins are being kept busy here at the Super Series. Adrian Gray, 160 to level up at 1-1.
We've also got Henry Deacon's best moment video planned as well. That's going to be a short.
Didn't know there was one altogether, to be honest.
Richie Maguire, 139.
Right, 139 for Howson to try and double his lead. Not going to happen. A really decent standard, this, early in the match.
59. Adrian, you require 20.
What a difference a day makes in this fixture for Adrian Gray. Double 10 levels us up at one apiece, averaging 103.93 in these early exchanges.
So look, it's Richie to throw
And this kind of feels like the story of Richie's day yesterday, where he was putting in good numbers, but his opponents just found something more when it came to the crunch.
60.
Averaged 93.6 and a 4-2 defeat to Scott Mitchell. Went on to lose to Justin Smith, who hit a 94 against him.
100.
And Andreas Toft Jorgensen put his best performance of the day in against Richie yesterday.
speaking about it a lot yesterday, the
140.
reluctance to switch, but Richie Howson just seems so comfortable, even when it looks blocked, with his dart dangling down, eclipsing the treble to stay there, and so often managed to force one or two in. Or a great example of it there with the 140. Remember, we asked for your darts themed, no, not darts themed, Christmas themed darts players.
100.
Do get in touch on social media, on X or Twitter or whatever you're calling it these days, at MSS Darts. We have had a few answers come in. I like this one. Eric Bristletoe.
60.
One who has played here, Merry Van Peer. Jose de Santa Claus, I'm not sure about. You can try again, Azza.
95.
We even had one by our own social media team on Twitter. I'm not having it. I'm sorry. This is rubbish. Absolutely rubbish.
95.
Called Deck of the Halls. Oh, grow up. 106 for Howson. We know how good he is in this type of territory. It's Toft for the first ton topper of the day. It dips just below, and so Gray comes back, winning 146 for a break.
Howson will step up
57.
and take aim at double 10 to lead this decent duel by 2 legs to 1. Oh, sneaks it in the corner.
Richie Howson.
Just to show you how decent the match is. 96.42 the average for Adrian Gray, despite losing the game at the moment. Both players averaging in the 90s. $100. What about the referee for one, Henry?
60.
Match official calling out the scores. Owen Grinch.
Sums his personality up.
$97.
There he is, Mr. Happy. He does look like a Grinch, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not going to try and do a play on the name of our other main official, Charlie Corsby. That's a bit more difficult, isn't it?
Charlie Corsby.
By the way, I quite liked. I quite liked Deck of the Halls. I've got to admit.
84.
Well, that should be a good dart for Richie Howson.
60.
Henry Deacon's made himself laugh now and he can't carry on.
First time I've ever said anything funny, Murph.
100.
Adrian Gray just tiptoeing through this leg. Ton leaves him on 120 to level this game up at 2 apiece, and it's just felt like one of those games. It's been a bit like a tennis match where it's just been a bit of a back and
60.
forth in these
Adrian, you require
opening exchanges. As we reach the midway point, Adrian Gray has got 6 from 120 to level up at 2 apiece, but he's going to need the full allotment to do exactly that.
He looked a little confused there, didn't he, Adrian
90.
Gray? Like a man who'd wrapped his presents but then forgot to write gift tags on them. You've been dishing out a few gifts this year, Henry? Got all your Christmas shopping sorted?
140.
Yep, and I wish we didn't have the
101.
Christmas break this week.
Mine must be in the post. And that's hit the
69.
post.
Richie require
For Adrian
81.
Gray, allowing Howson an opportunity to steal a march here. We saw John Henderson master this checkout 3 times last night. Howson goes an alternative route and ends up on the bull. Doesn't end up
34.
in the bull.
Adrian, you require 32.
I could end up being penned back in here if Gray can find this 32. To make it
James on the
2-2
ball
and
there.
level we are. And
Adrian Gray.
this was kind of the story at the beginning of yesterday, wasn't it? Tight, close encounters. Before then, Adrian Gray began a spurt of 4-0 wins, which kind of set in situ the pace of the rest of the group for a little while.
100.
Andres Toft, Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden coming next.
$100.
Talking about the sort of Christmas-themed dart players, I always think one of our commentary colleagues here is an obvious one. If you just pronounce his name slightly differently, Chris Mason is literally Christmas on.
100.
I'm not sure he's the type to get excited about it. To be honest, I think that Henry's attempt at Charlie Corster Trees just ended the game, hasn't it? Hope you all enjoyed it while it lasted.
Trust me to ruin it.
100.
Well, how will this game end? It's all square. Howson averaging just under 90. Adrian Gray averaging more than 93.
57.
Much better darting duel than they managed yesterday.
I think we've completed the game.
177.
We've just had a tweet. Recent Super Series player Simon the St. Nicholas Adams. As Howson leads double 12 after 12 to go 3-2 up.
24.
Victory here for Howson will put him on to 6 points. It would mean that Smith would be in the lead in the table on 8. Gray, Mitchell and Howson would all be on
Richie
6.
Howson.
And the man who topped the table overnight would be precariously looking over his shoulder. 3-2 Howson leads. Gray going to stay in the match.
Game on.
Mighty decorations. Can't take the credit.
60.
Thanks to Matt on Twitter getting in touch. Really captured the imagination. Let's forget about the darts and carry on with this for the rest of the day.
Back to the darts.
60.
Now, Henry Deacon saying that is really something.
You know things are going bad when I'm the voice of reason.
100.
Well, an opportunity for Howson to try and get the job done here. He wants to at least stay with Gray, but he'll want more than that now.
81.
Very seldom switches, Richie Howson. Perseverance is the MO for the Owl. $100.
I feel like if you look at the numbers, this game is a lot better than what we're giving it credit for. But I feel like it's because both players have played so flatline at this level. That is kind of what we've come to expect from them both.
Sort of no frills, isn't it? It's just good. Not
47.
spectacular. We've not seen any enormous checkouts, just the one maximum in the game, but it's just steady. 1 treble visits, 2 treble visits.
$140.
Howson can't double his tally of 180s in the game, but he looks like he might level the game and force a sudden death shootout.
140.
So,
require 80.
Howson looking at 80. The treble leaves double 10. To move him on to
Game
6
shot and the
points in the
match,
group, a
Richie
14 dart
Howson.
leg to complete the match. And Richie Howson gets out the gate strongly with an average of 93.88, 50% when it came to the finishing. A high quality contest against Adrian Gray, who himself averaged 91 in his opening salvo for the day. So both players getting off to a positive start in terms of performances, but it's Richie Howson who picks up the points. When we return after this short break, we're going to see the introduction of Toft, Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden to proceedings on Friday. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Richie Howson got his day off to a perfect start, getting the better of Adrian Gray in a high-quality contest by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it's that man, Chris Wickenden, in action, and for the 5th day in a row, has brought us a sparkling shirt to the Super Series. He takes on Toft, Jorgensen. Both of these players kick off the day with 4 points to their name, and both need big Fridays if they're going to qualify for finals night. Pugs, the 35-year-old from Nuneaton, 2-time winner on the ADC Open Tour circuit in 2023, taking on a former World Cup of Darts star for Denmark in Toft Jorgensen. And is it fair to say of Andreas that we've seen the best and maybe the worst of him at times this week.
I think that's very fair, Henry. Yeah, I think we've seen him produce an
First leg is
inconsistent
Andreas to throw
display
first.
of darts.
Game on.
He was going to be a chocolates this Christmas. He would be Revels, wouldn't he? He got the good stuff in there, but every now and then
100.
there's a coffee. As for Chris Wickenden, I mean, he does tend to produce a sort of similar levels of performance when he comes here. He
60.
just hasn't quite elevated it to a winning standard at the Super Series, but he's getting experience every time. We did see him threaten to produce something quite spectacular at one
97.
point yesterday. His average was up in the 100 teens, so we got a glimpse of what his high level could be. Again, it's just replicating that and producing it time after time.
99.
Doing his bit for Christmas, as always. Chris Wickenden has come wearing wrapping paper once again.
96.
You're wondering where you can get that wrapping paper from? Poundland have got a sale on.
99.
It's 99p.
That a price match with a rival. This is the thing, isn't it? With out of all the players in this group,
41.
or even in this week, Toft Jorgensen's the one where if you had a heat map on the dartboard, it would be so sporadic. You can throw a dart sweetly in the treble 20 just as easily as you can almost
167.
fire one in the top corner of the 5 going for it. That's sweetly in the treble 20. That's sweetly in the treble 19.
124.
Not exactly where he wanted it, but he's still
143.
favourite to win this leg.
Unless Wickenden can find a haymaker. He's not going to do it on this occasion. So Toft Jorgensen back for an opening leg hold. Looking at
57.
43.
Duration required 43.
Victory is of the utmost importance for this pair in their opening match of the day, considering the position that they're in and the results
23.
elsewhere so far
Duration
today.
required 86.
The loser will feel as if they've been cut adrift somewhat as Wickenden comes back for 86 for a break of throw.
That leaves a ball.
61. Duration
Close but
required
no
20.
cigar. And 2 10s will get Andreas off
Games
the
on
mark
first
in this
leg.
match.
Andreas Toft
A match
Jorgensen.
that was won by Wickenden yesterday, 4-2.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $99.
And it felt like one of those games, wasn't it, where both players just kind of ran out of steam a little bit after a long day. Wasn't glistening in terms of numbers, in terms of averages, but
180.
that was a perfect start to leg 2 for Andreas Toft Jorgensen. His first max of the game, the second max of the day altogether.
58.
And twice this week he's gone back to back from this position. He won't do it this time.
57.
Bit of a Joe Cullen style shirt that he wears, isn't it?
One
One of the prototypes on the line of his particular manufacturer.
Yeah, Widmore also the dartboard provider here at the
60.
Super Series. Fabulous. Played 6.
Which is also going to be the board used at the
40.
PDC World Championships as well at the Alexandra Palace over the next 15 days or so.
Yep. Only the best here at the Super Series, with the exception of the commentary team.
134.
I know, we had to make Scott play today.
Right, 57. And another one. And that's the end of that.
92. Duration required 70.
For the break and a 2-0 lead. Double 16.
54.
Just inside, and so
Which
Wickenden
requires
gets another
72.
go. It may just be the solitary dart at tops at the end of this.
Well, he opts for the same target that he's just seen his opponent miss.
40.
He misses as well.
Andreas, you require
Big match
60.
this, isn't it? Both players starting the day on 4 points. One of them will move into contention. The other one will be the one facing a mountainous climb.
8. Chris, you require 32.
And maybe the importance of that is just coming to the fore with the misses that are becoming apparent now.
Game
But it's
shot
no
in the
miss
second
from
leg.
Chris as he
Chris
levels up
Wickenden.
at 1-1, punishing the mistakes of Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
Third against Andreas to throw first. Game on. 81.
One here, dedicated to you, Henry, going back to the Christmas theme. We've got Henry Decorations.
140.
Christmas Dobie. I mean, you could have said Murphy if you were going to be all Super Series, but each to their own. Ian White
134.
Christmas. Nice. Not sure about this one. Paul A Cracker Nicholson. Not for me. Alexander Murr. Very good.
36.
That came from Dan McCarthy, of course, who joined us here at the Super Series.
83.
I like this one. Jesus Egnoguera.
100.
Henry Deacon's shaking his head. He doesn't know what eggnog is.
93.
Anyway, back to the darts. 110 for Tofty when he returns.
58. Andreas, you require 110.
Could locate either of the Southern
90.
trebles.
Christopher
Wickenden having attempted the
167.
164 in the previous leg. We'll go for the 167. But not with any accuracy.
45. Andreas, you require 20.
So for 2-1. And to put his nose in
Game shot on
front.
the third leg. Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
This has got the feel of a very tense and tentative game. To be honest, it's kind of felt like the
first. Game
theme
on.
of the first round in general.
Yeah, been pretty close stuff. 2-4-2s. We are getting some contributions from our gallery as well.
60.
Or it might just be voices in my head, I'm not sure, but I'm not going to embarrass them by naming them for these answers. But we've just had Richard North Pole. Thoughts on that one, H?
140.
To be honest, it doesn't surprise me, those in the gallery, that we had a suggestion that awful.
99.
Bad news is I know they can mute me.
Don't tell the viewers that, or they'll be wondering why they haven't done it sooner.
100.
Someone else said Chris Murphy.
134.
Get back to work.
Well, Wickenden chipped 25 off here. 176.
44. 140.
Keeps leaving big finishes as Wickenden. It gives you an intention that the
157.
scoring hasn't been powerful enough.
And could have his throw broken here. Toft Jorgensen visits a 134, followed by 140. He's left himself on
41.
68 to move 3-1 in front. He'd then be thrown for the
68.
match. 16 or 8. 16 leaves double 16.
Game
3-1
shot on the
Toft
fourth
Jorgensen,
leg.
15 dart leg.
Andreas Toft
And is that the
Jorgensen.
moment that just breaks the back of Chris Wickenden? Throws for the match, throws for the
It's
win.
Andreas to throw
And this
first.
victory could be
Game on.
lofty for Tofty.
Having to
55.
manoeuvre all around the board, but he might be manoeuvring himself into potential qualification situation, joining Adrian Gray, Scott Mitchell, and Richie Howson on 6 points if he wins
125.
this one. Gray meets Justin Smith yet next, and I think you might start to get a sense in the practice room that they all want Smith to keep winning and they all just battle it out for second place.
80.
Smith can be Max Verstappen, we'll be the rest.
A bit like Formula One, it could be the battle for P2 that's way more exciting than the battle for P1.
140.
But unlike Formula One, I don't think we're going to be zipping off to Las Vegas anytime soon, are we?
58.
Now we're gonna
95.
Stick with Pompey for the Super Series until further notice.
Who needs the sphere when you've got the Spinnaker Tower?
39.
Well, Wickenden here has taken the darts in leg 5 and has got the luxury of time from 141 to return the game to throw to 3-2. And he's going to need the full quota of darts.
89.
99 needed to leave the big fish. Yeah, sensible stuff with the last start, ensuring that he did leave a finish by utilising the semi-bull.
Game shown
But
the fifth
Wickenden
leg.
won't let him get away.
Chris Wickenden.
3-2. By the way, if you are getting involved in this Christmas-themed thing,
Sixth
then
leg, it's Chris
do it in the
to
next
throw
half
first.
hour. There is
Game
going to
on.
be an end to it. I'll be joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV then, so we better get a little bit serious.
What, we've got to do this for another half hour?
100.
I kind of want to crown a winner. Where are we at the moment? I think Alexander Murr for me is up there.
60.
Cranberry Vampire. That's come from Sean McDonald, who of course has played on that stage.
140. 57.
Adrian Slay?
Got me a while to work out which Adrian you're referring to then.
140. 85. Chris, you've got 121.
So, to send us to a last leg decider, 6 on 1-2-1 here for Chris Wickenden, the Jovel 17. Would let the ball, didn't have to chase if he didn't want to,
38.
with Toft Jorgensen, well, back in Denmark on 299.
59. Chris, you've
Well,
got
this is to
83.
send us all the way. And he's going to come back for tops upon his return. For Toft Jorgensen, this is a bad leg at the worst possible time for him. He is going to have the insurance policy of having the throw in the last leg.
100. Chris,
It
you've
looks
got
like that is where
40.
we're going to head, with Wickenden with 3 darts in hand at tops to send us to a last leg decider. Every game has had at least 6 legs in so far this afternoon. And for the first
Game
time, we're
show
going to go
sixth
to
leg.
leg 7. Chris
Chris
Wickenden leveling this
Wickenden.
game up at 3-3.
7th and final against Andreas to throw first. Game on. $99.
Well, it's a big leg in a big match between two players that maybe would have thought that
40.
yesterday's return may not have been enough, but a win here, you're right in the picture.
93.
I think I've got the worst one.
Go on.
Ballinger rocking around the Christmas tree.
100.
If I was allowed to gamble, I would wager that you'd thought of that all by yourself.
$59.
Well, who will be dancing around that Christmas tree behind them when this game comes to an end?
Although we have missed the obvious one. Jared Cole.
97.
Yeah, you just change the spelling for that one, don't you? Is that what you're getting for Christmas?
Not been that
60.
good.
Well, who will be good here? This is a really important exchange coming up. Wickenden now looks likely to be first to a finish, but how small will that finish be? It will only be 164. Climbing that tree. Trying to get to the top.
138.
But the pressure is all on the man in green.
164.
How big a two-treble visit could that be for Andreas Toft Jorgensen? It makes this must-hit for Chris Wickenden. He's found the second treble, the bullseye for the match.
139.
Not far away.
What an attempt. Full credit to Chris there. But it's Jorgensen who has two at tops.
12.
And they're both over the top. Well, Wickenden threatened a big
25.
firework finish, but he still may cross the line.
Anguish for Andreas, but Chris could win a cracker. 25 left. 9 for double 8 for the match and a 4-3 win, which would put him onto 6 points, keep him in the equation and send Toft Jorgensen to the foot of the table. But now he's missed opportunities and he's going to have to go back to the start if he comes back at all. Toft Jorgensen tops.
Pressure. That's what is happening right now. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Game
and
shot
that
and the match.
Is a release, a
Andreas
relief,
Toft Jorgensen.
and a victory for Andreas Toft Jorgensen, who sees off Chris Wickenden 4-3 in a dramatic climax to that match. Both players racing back to the practice room, but it's Toft Jorgensen for whom things are now looking up. He's on 6 points. He's joint second with 3 other players, and Chris Wickenden is the one that has got a mountain to climb in this group. Next, attention turns back to the top of the table. In fact, the top 2 in the table as Justin Smith takes on Adrian Gray. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the top two are about to do battle on that board. It is Justin Smith, the league leader, who has 8 points to his name, against Adrian Gray, who's got 6. Got such a good leg difference yesterday after going on a run of 3 straight whitewash wins. There he is. But the Bearded Dragon is the man who's now, well, starting to put himself in the picture for Saturday, isn't he? If he wins this game, he'll open up a 4-point gap between himself and the field. And it would start to look like Smith would be back in the Saturday sessions.
And he managed to win his first game of the day with his lowest average of the group so far. 84.5, and getting a better of off-colour Scott Mitchell. Smith managing to collar Scotty Dog in that particular match.
First leg, it's Adrian.
And he's playing to the type of level that we saw from him when he won his week in Series 2. And it's not bad for someone who says he's got absolutely no B game at the minute.
60.
So
140.
140 for Smith. Yeah, really just convincing his opponents that he's the man to beat now. Started to get that bit of a swagger. It looked like it might be Scott
60.
Mitchell at the start of yesterday, but at the start of the day, it's looking like Justin Smith. And by the way, we have been asking people for their Christmas-themed darts players. The guy got in touch. I've got to read these out. It goes by the name of Ronaldinho. I don't think it's that one. But he hasn't really got it, Henry. He's not really understood
60.
the brief. Michael van Gerken. Answers on a postcard.
42.
James Slade Wade. Now, I do get what he's saying there, but just James Slade is how you would put it. Gerwin Slice Price. No, don't really get it. Peter Marmite Wright.
45.
And then the last one isn't even a darts player. Lionel rocking around the messy Christmas tree. Ronaldinho, delete your account.
66.
Back to the darts.
Whoa!
Well, what a time to get back to the darts as
180.
Adrian Gray fires
113.
in the first max of this match.
Interesting, just
50.
watching Adrian in the background. We see sometimes players look behind, players look at the screen. Well, Adrian was just staring at the Christmas tree, staring in the background, not wanting to know one iota of what his opponent is doing. Double 18 for the opening leg.
78.
Goes inside, and so Smith is back for the break.
63.
Well, this was one of those 4-0 wins for Gray yesterday, wasn't it? He beat Justin Smith without reply. So that will be a real settler for Smith to take the opening leg and against the darts as well.
And for Justin, he can feel like if he wins this one, he's done pretty much most of the damage already. He would have played the other two players he's level on points with at the beginning of the day, and Scott and Adrian. If he wins both of them, he's stopped them in their tracks and can build up a head of steam.
There's Scott Mitchell in action next against Chris Wickenden, and you would have to say if Wickenden were to lose that, then you could probably put a line through his name. It would mean he'd be 4 points behind Scott Mitchell, who would then be in second with only 6 points to play for. Wickenden will want Justin Smith to win this match.
60.
Doesn't want to see anybody get to 8 points. He'd happily see Smith get to 12, leaving the others on 6.
Just to go back to your conversation about
59.
Ronaldinho. Actually, our referee, Owen Binks, has met the real Ronaldinho.
Yeah, Ronaldinho tells that story as well about Owen Binks.
56.
There he is. Apparently he wouldn't sign up for his beloved Colchester United. They're doing great this season, aren't they, in League Two?
100.
Yeah, good job he does so here at the Super Series. 25 matches he'll referee today.
98. $60. 128.
Smith looking, it seems here, to do to Adrian Gray what Gray did to him yesterday. 79 for a two-leg lead. He'd be halfway to reversing that result.
100. Justin, you require 79.
For a 2-0 lead.
That's okay. Double five.
Gage on
Nicely
the
done.
second leg.
Nicely rescued by Justin Smith.
That's the second time this week Justin
Well, against
Smith has
Adrian to go
rescued himself
first.
on a 79 after a dodgy first start, but in two different ways. And he's halfway towards the victory post here against Adrian Gray, who,
100.
well, after winning 3 consecutive matches 4-0, could be staring at 3 consecutive defeats in the face.
140. $100. 95.
Good grouping. Only 95 to show for it, though. Opportunity for Gray to try and get a leg on the board. Needs to hit big here. At least a treble. Not that one.
55.
I think that now makes Justin Smith the favourite to win this leg against the throat. And the 4-0 return is on.
59.
And it would mean as well, not just would he move on to 10 points, if it was to be 4-0, move plus 7 in the legs difference and 22 on the legs won. However, Adrian Gray may have other thoughts. That 140 makes him favourite for the leg once again.
Does he switch? You can see he's thinking, he doesn't like going down, does he, onto the 19s and 17s. So today, instead of being stubborn on the 20s, he's often switching to the 18s. A long way away from Adrian Gray.
49. Justin, you require
All of that was a little bit
150.
scrappy. Don't know why he doesn't like the 19s. That was a superb start.
As you mentioned before, sometimes the numbers isn't just his strongest suit. He's got 74 remaining.
90.
I actually wonder if that's
Adrian
part of it,
require
Henry, because
57.
it's easier to deal with even numbers than odds, isn't it? And I think he was saying that I can't work it out. Gray has worked this out. It's tops. And it's in
Adrian
tops, and he
further.
won't be whitewashed
Adrian
by
Gray.
Justin Smith. But it is the Welshman who still very
Well,
much
against
holds the
Justin to throw
advantage in this
first.
one.
Game on.
Having wrestled the darts in the opening leg.
92.
Again, we see that characteristic switch to the 18s. Reminder that following this one, it will be Scott Mitchell and Chris Wickenden about off the final game of the second round of fixtures, and it'll be around that point we'll be joining our
100.
friends on Sporty Stuff TV. So for those of you joining us on the Super Series YouTube channel, drop us a subscribe, because on top of the live action we bring to you all year round,
180.
plenty of maximums, a bit like that from Justin Smith. We have our highlights package, other bonus content. If you drop us a subscribe, we'll help with our analytics, and will also get us up your feature chain. But that was a bit of a
97.
dangler, wasn't it, from Adrian?
Yeah, like one he'd hooked on the tree. That 180, though, from Justin Smith before.
100.
Talk about putting darts on the head of a pin. That could have been on the point of a pin.
Well, Smith 129 to move himself 3-1 to the good, but
140. Justin, you require
Gray over 140 needs
129.
himself on a finish as well. Well. It's the criminal sin on 129. You do not start on the 20s,
97.
Justin.
Well, has he done it on purpose, though? Is that a mistake, or is it a ploy? Saying to Adrian Gray, I don't think you're going to take this out. If he was thinking that, he might think again in a minute. Scared it, but Smith will return for 32.
Move 3-1 to the goods. Put himself a leg away for moving on to 10 points. He'd have a temporary 4-point lead at the top of the... It could be 4-point lead at the end of this round of fixtures if Chris Wickenden beats Scott Mitchell. But Smith needs to do his job first, and a 14 darter puts him 3-1 to the good, averaging 91 and change. Adrian Gray 87-87.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Adrian Gray here could be about to lose his first 2 games despite playing numbers probably in excess of that which he played it yesterday. He averaged 91-92 and he 4-2 defeat
60
against Richie Howson, and here is averaging 86.5.
$95.
Unfortunate deflection with the final dart. A reminder, this is game 4 of 15 today. Scott Mitchell, Chris Wickenden coming next. Then Richie Howson takes on Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
125.
At that point, we will dissect the results so far, take a look at the table, and look at the runners and riders, of which at the moment,
56.
you have to say there are still 6. That may change after the next match.
6 runners and riders, but one that could very much put himself in the picture
95.
at the end of this one. If Justin Smith can wrap up, he may be able to wrap it up with Paul Nicholson's favourite. No, he's not going to do the 350 and 6.
100.
That's probably the house everyone wants to be at Christmas, isn't it? Paul Nicholson's Christmas dinner.
Yeah, very, very talented
91.
chef is Mr. Nicholson. I've benefited from that. Myself.
140. Adrian
I was sat in the front room
130.
watching The Simpsons while he was doing the cooking. Anyway, is Adrian Gray going to cook something up here? No, so Smith will get an opportunity to serve the cold
50.
revenge dish
Justin,
after
you
that
require
4-0 defeat
110.
yesterday. 110 for a 4-1 win today.
It's going to be double 16 to complete the job, just
94.
inside. And so Adrian Gray gets one last
Adrian, you
go
require 80.
at 80 to keep this match alive.
So it's 2020 and tops.
60.
And that
Justin,
could
you
be
require
that
16.
as Justin Smith steps forward to wrap this up and to pull away at the top of the table.
No score.
Can't quite do it.
Adrian, you require 20.
So Adrian gets another go, double 10. Bring it back to 3-2. Chasing up for 5s.
No
That's
score.
wild and that's wide. And
Justin, you
Justin Smith
require
gets another
16.
bite of the cherry at double 8.
Marker. Oh, what's he
8.
doing? Either side of the
Adrian,
tram
you require
lines, and he just
20.
can't close out the win. Double 10 for Adrian Gray to extend the encounter.
Games
But
on the
Justin
fifth
Smith
leg.
was staring into the
Adrian Gray.
camera looking for some hope. Well, there's no hope whatsoever. Adrian Gray pins the double 10. First time of
See if I get
asking.
Justin to throw
But
first.
you do
Game
get
on.
an insurance policy, Justin, because you're going to throw for the match now. And it ensures that each of our opening 4 matches of this
85.
Friday afternoon session would have gone at least 6 legs.
Well, is there more than a
100.
consolation for Adrian Gray here? Can he work his way to victory? I'm liking this today from Smith. That
120.
little change. He wasn't doing that much yesterday. He was persevering with block targets. That little move to switch to the 18s, Dennis Priestley style.
He's the type of player, Justin, when his head's switched on, he can do anything. And it
85.
feels like he is in business-like mode this afternoon.
100.
Like he's on course to close it out now.
But
140.
another one would have got him down to a finish.
So 6 starts on 188 for Justin Smith to complete the job 4-2. Could do for trouble now. And then went
44.
across to his favoured 18s, but that wild one means it's 144.
Yeah, single 18 there would have actually put him in a very good position on 130. This could be going the distance.
136. Justin, you've got 144.
144 to avoid that prospect. Not going to happen. Adrian Gray has turned this around.
48. Adrian, you require 40.
Tots a 3-3, and for the second consecutive match to go the distance. Bound and Justin Smith had opportunities to win the game by 4 legs to 1. It's been taken now to a last leg decider, and it is Adrian Gray who has the darts. Victory for him would mean that him and Justin would both be on 8 points, and it would pile the pressure upon Scott Mitchell in the next against Chris Wickenden.
Yeah, and it would make things very, very interesting in the group. It's a bad result for Wickenden. It means second place would already be 4 points clear. Gray's made the better start in the final leg. Remember,
95.
what a work back this has been from 3-0 behind, because he's got the darts now. 3-1, apologies.
98.
But we saw him on 3 occasions, didn't we? Yesterday, win 4 straight legs. Just needed a 3 straight to get this done, and it looks like it is done, because he's not going to leave a finish from here. 6 starts from 167.
93.
What a turnaround.
Adrian, you require
And the problem is you wait for Justin Smith for the rest of the day if that's the case. 167 for Adrian Gray to complete the match.
89.
78 upon his return. Couple of singles that leave himself a double. Smith just needs to pile in something big and then hope that there's a mistake. Throwing a lot quicker, a bit more snap about the throw.
100. Adrian, you require 78.
So, to complete the great escape. 20. And the double. For a total tungsten turnaround.
48.
Wrong bed, wayward.
Justin, you require
Is there another
150.
twist?
Well, this would be the ultimate act of escapology. But he's not going to take out the 150, but because he strayed into the double 5, and it's the tricky double 15 that Adrian Gray wants to complete the job.
50.
Smith leaving himself on a square ton, just in case.
And that is the job done for Adrian Gray. Came back from 3-1 behind in that match. It's a 4-3 win in the end over the league leader at that point, Justin Smith, but it's actually Gray who now replaces him at the top of the table. A 4-3 success, a real comeback victory for Adrian Gray. It's 8 points for him, 8 points for Smith, 6 points for Scott Mitchell, Rich Howson and Andreas Toft Jorgensen, and Chris Wickenden sitting on the bottom on 4. And he takes on Scott Mitchell after this break. Well, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. We've had already, before joining us for this match between Scott Mitchell and Chris Wickenden, 4 games and 4 close games as well in Group C. It started with Mitchell being defeated by Justin Smith. It looked like he was going to steal a march at the top of the table. Richie Howson then beat Adrian Gray 4-2, and Andreas Toft Jorgensen got a 4-3 win against Chris Wickenden. Adrian Gray, Justin Smith then played, and Smith looked like he was going to pull away at the top of the table. Was 3-1 up in that game. Gray won it 4-3. So now Gray and Smith are top of the table on 8 points. Scott Mitchell is behind them on 6, along with Howson and Toft Jorgensen. Chris Wickenden, well, he's on 4 points at the bottom.
Game on.
And really needs to win this match to stay in contention. But it's a big game for Scotty Dog as well if he's got designs on playing on the stage on Saturday night. Otherwise, he'll be in commentary. But for this afternoon, he's stuck with myself, Chris Murphy, and Henry Deacon.
Watching a perfect start for
180.
Scott Mitchell. And if he wins this game, you could see 4 players really prize themselves at the top, and maybe the 2 underneath. They see their chances just begin to move away somewhat. Oh, hang on.
$140.
He take the 140 on the same, and he's definitely learning the pout routine, isn't he? In front of the camera to the side of the board. Next thing you know, you'll find out what
100.
Instagram filters are.
Perfect start. A Rice smile after going wayward there from Scott after such a strong start to this game.
85. $96. Scott, you
So Wickenden scoring 96. Mitchell leaving 96 after 9 to take out the opening leg on throw. 2 in hand at double 18. It's felt like most of the time he's been left on this combination. He's hit the treble first dart, but he moves inside with the second. And because Wickenden's on 260, he could have decided to split, but he decided to go straight for it and then find it. Scotty Dog Mitchell leads 1-0.
Yeah, doesn't dart for Scotty Dog. It'll be a nice early Christmas present for him if he were to pick up the big prize on Saturday. Didn't quite work out for him and his Dorset darts teammate Tommy Morris last time they both got to finals night, and both were back at home to watch the latter stages, weren't they?
140.
He's had 4 scoring turns in this game. 3 of them have been 180, 140, 140.
140.
He's good, isn't he? He's good. Scott Mitchell, you don't win a world championship without Bean. You don't have the career he's had without Bean, but hasn't yet really showed up at the Super Series in the way that many expected he would. Maybe
100.
this could be the week. It was right at the end of a series when Chris Mason won, wasn't it? It'll be right at the end of a year for Scott Mitchell. A reminder, this is our last week before a
91.
short break for Christmas. Super Series will return on the 2nd of January for week 7 of Series 6. And there will be another Super Series commentator playing in that week. I'll tease you with that.
Chris Require 170.
Looking forward to it, Henry.
First, you get some early finishes.
46.
He beating everyone 4-0.
Scott, you require 121.
Which way would you go for this?
Treble 20. And now treble 17. And then I'll just throw it somewhere.
97.
A similar kind of finish for Chris Wickenden, but one that he might have to take out because Mitchell is waiting on double 12 after 12. And can I tell you something else about Scott Mitchell in this match? Because it's going to go down after he throws the next dart.
54.
He's currently averaging
Scott, you require 24.
122.25.
Game shot on the second leg.
It does go
Scott
down,
Mitchell.
but after 2 legs, and that could be halfway through the game, the figures
Third
are
leg, Scott
astronomical.
to throw first. Game on.
Tell Scott about that afterwards. He can screenshot it and put it on his Christmas card.
That's the equivalent of 2 13 dart legs, 115.62.
100.
Yep, he's done it in 26, a 12 and a 14. And with a missed dart, a double in there as well. Now Wickenden getting in on the act.
140.
Really, we should have worked out what's the highest average of commentators ever hit here at the Super Series, shouldn't we? I know Mace had a 103.66, didn't he, in his
121.
first game?
Yeah, I think that might be it. Has Mitchell had higher than that? Matthew Edgar?
That may
45.
have.
In fact, I think Martin Adams had, if we're going to include him. Alan Sherrick's actually commentated at the Super Series.
100.
He's the only commentator at the, well, Hurt and Martin Adams, the only 2 commentators at the Super Series to hit a 9. Fallon Sherrick, the only one in this particular venue. That was against Adam Lipscomb back in August.
Remembering the days now as we approach the end of
100.
the second year we've had here in Portsmouth. Commentary team for the opening night was myself, Chris Mason, Alan Sherrick and Phil Taylor.
And it went downhill because you've been stuck
60.
with me ever since.
You replace the power. But I think Scott Mitchell's going to come back and take out 120. It's going to be the most beautiful 120
140.
finish you could ever wish to see.
120. $100.
Well,
Christian requires
it was close.
76.
but the commentator's curse is well and truly alive.
Chris may be hopeful of that because it gives an opportunity at 76 to get a break, to bring it back to 2-1, to return the game to throw.
Game
Double
shot on the
18,
third
done
leg.
in one. His
Chris
first
Wickenden.
attempt at a double in this match. Such has been the authority that Scott Mitchell has had in proceedings so far. 15 data to
Well,
return the game to throw. Back to 2-1. And Chris Wickenden's had 3 scores of a ton, 3 scores of 140, and he's only been able to have been afforded 1 dart at double in this game so far. But he's up in that scoring power once again. He finds his first max of the
180.
match. The one thing we have seen from Scott in the past is he has started off games like this and then he can just regress a little bit back to the norm. And so if you're Chris
100.
Wickenden, you're thinking, keep throwing at this level. You might just get yourself a couple more opportunities.
And this has happened a little bit to Scott Mitchell, hasn't it? When he's played well, his opponents have raised their games.
121.
Be it now, Mitchell's still averaging 108. But Wickenden's upped his level.
$100.
And the game is just moving ever closer towards middle ground.
$100.
Wickenden ready to level the match. He has raised his game. He's on this upward
95.
curve in the match.
Christian require
Could
100.
spell bad news for Scotty Dog.
Two darts at Toft for 2-2. We were talking about real big spurt from Scott Mitchell at the beginning of the match.
80.
That would have been for a 12 on the back of a 15 for Chris Wickenden to have squared the tie-up.
Still looking good. Double 10
55.
for a 13 dart leg.
Required 20.
Such a strong start from Scott Mitchell, but what goes up must come down, and that's what's happening. Chris Wickenden going in the other direction. And now he is looking up at double 5.
10. Scott, you require 151.
Oh, this would be cool. That would have stung Chris Wickenden if that went. But it doesn't go. But this time, Pugs has to convert. He cannot mess about any longer. No more faffage is going to be allowed.
119. Chris, you require 10.
Straight for it, straight in
Range
it.
on the 4.
All square.
Chris Wickenden.
And it continues the trend of matches going at least
Let's let it
6 legs
stop
or
to throw
more.
first. Game
If you have just joined us on Sporty Stuff TV, the results so far today: Justin Smith 4-3 against, 4-2 against Scott Mitchell. Richie Howson 4-2 against Adrian Gray.
140.
And Toft Jorgensen beating Chris Wickenden in the last leg decider. And the last game before we joined you, so Adrian Gray beat Justin Smith in 7.
85. $95.
Oh, he likes that, Scott Mitchell. He's perfected that pout, hasn't he, this week? Spent too much time in front of the cameras. Trying to work out his best side.
80.
It's the back, Scott.
Been one of the busiest commentators in world darts recently, hasn't he? Been a couple of weeks here. After that couple of weeks stint, went to
59.
Lakeside, commentated on that, then was due to be here for the whole week.
In all seriousness, what a trooper, Scott Mitchell. On the farm every morning, then coming here to commentate on the darts, gets the call to play in the darts, does that in the afternoon,
100.
and then still turns up for work in the evening.
$100.
I mean, it was either him or me, so...
Yeah, you said you were too tired.
$95. Scott, you require 107.
88. 28.
Game shot
And
on the
Scott
5th
Mitchell
leg.
back in business. 3-2
Scott
up.
Mitchell.
Really good display. 50% on the doubles. And an average of 103.65 at this juncture.
Game on.
Our first ton-topping finish of the day as well, the 107.
60.
And that may have just arrested that spurt that Wickenden was putting on.
41.
And this has kind of been the story of Chris Wickenden's week. He's been competitive in every single game that he's played, but just
40.
keeps finding himself coming up short.
$100.
Well, are we at the point now where Chris Wickenden is about to be the first to fall through the trapdoor?
Yes. This was must win for him, and
100.
beat here, it leaves him on 4 points. It'll be a 4-point buffer as things stand to Gray, Mitchell and Smith. And with 6 points left to play for, I think it's going to, well, I think it's a tall, nigh on impossible order from that particular point. Remember, Richie Howson can also move on to 8 points with victory against Andreas Toft. Who's the winner of that game will move on to 8 points. Not just the points gap, it's how many players will be in front of him and how many people he's got to prize apart. I just think it'll be too tall for him.
But he's determined not to slip just yet. That maximum signals his intentions. It leaves him on 1-2-1. Mitchell needs 2 trebles to get to a finish of any kind. And he gets to
140. Because you require 121.
I always think knowing your opponent's on a finish makes your finish a little bit harder. But that's a great dart. A great start. 11 segment. And the bullseye, unless he wants to play games with Scott Mitchell.
96. Scott, you require 160.
Well, he took out a 107 in the last leg to move 3-2 up. The 160 to win it. It's not going to go on this occasion. And so Wickenden returns for 25 to send us to a last leg decider for the 3rd consecutive match.
84.
So far today, we have seen all bar 2 legs. But Wickenden has missed the big number. Oh,
No
and he's
score.
made an absolute mess of it by bursting the score and has
76.
offered up the opportunity here for Scott Mitchell to take the match out.
Mitchell's eyes light up. 20 for tops. An orthodox route. He does do that, puts one to the right-hand side so he can fire it in the left-hand side, Scott Mitchell. There is a precariousness about that ploy. Can miss a big number, which Chris Wilkinson did on 2 occasions when trying to clean up this 25 last time. That's better. 8-8. And the game goes all the way. Well, Chris Wickenden is now just hauling himself up, but still can feel the rock crumbling with his fingers clinging to the cliff edge. Is Scotty Dog going to kick him over?
100.
Wickeden's hopes are hanging by a thread. This leg will dictate whether it's game on or game over for him. Whether he's still in with a shout or whether his last
60.
few games will effectively just be to fulfill quotas.
And Mitchell looking to join Adrian Gray and Justin Smith on 8 points at the top of the table. If he wins this last leg, he'll do that and therefore will
60.
move into second spot on leg difference. The top 2 go through. So despite what we saw at the start of the day, it would suddenly be Justin Smith that was outside those provisional places.
125.
Just when we thought that he was beginning to run away with proceedings when he went up in that game against Adrian Gray last up.
Yeah, for those watching on Sporty Stuff TV, if you didn't catch those
81.
games on our YouTube channel, you can watch any of our sessions back in full. And there are also handy highlights packages posted pretty much right after the end of play in each session.
60.
It's even got a mute button.
When Chris Murphy's commentating. Well, big visit here. Big 6 darts ahead. Because if Mitchell comes up dry, manages to find a big last dart there to leave a finish. But a couple of trebles here for Chris Wickenden may just make him favourite for this deciding leg. He's found those couple of trebles.
140.
And suddenly the complexion of this decider changes. Mitchell 160. He's not going to go, and Wickenden only needs to find the 1 treble to leave himself on the double.
$28. Because you require
Well,
160.
it's getting interesting, isn't it? Scott Mitchell might have to produce the champagne shot, the firework finish. He might not even get the chance to. Treble 20. Not to be. So, Scott Mitchell will come back
100.
looking at the bullseye to start off what would be an incredible way to win this game.
It'd be a champagne moment. It means Champagne Super Series over for Chris Wickenden if this went. But he's not going to take out the 1-3-2, and so Wickenden comes back for double eight to keep his hopes hanging by the finisher threads.
64.
Scott Mitchell said last night that what he needed to do was reverse the 2 results from yesterday that he lost. It looks like he's going to lose them again. From a good position in this game, a good performance in this game. But Mitchell is beaten. Wickenden wins.
Wickenden.
And he stays alive in Group C at the Super Series. Scott Mitchell won his first 3 matches in this group, but he's since lost 4 on the spin, and is now going to have no other option but to repeat all of the results yesterday and win his final 3 to have any chance of going through. Chris Wickenden in a similar scenario, but at least he's still in the picture. 6 points for him, 6 points for Toft, Jorgensen and Howson and Scott Mitchell, and Justin Smith and Adrian Gray remain top of the table. And it will be Howson against Toft Jorgensen after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Mitchell looked like he had control of proceedings against Chris Wickenden, but ended up losing 4-3. And that means that he is now sat on 6 points and precariously, A, looking over his shoulder, and B, seeing those in front and begin to pull away. Richie Howson and Andreas Toft Jorgensen up next in a crucial game for them. Both players victors in their first round of matches. Richie Howson beating Adrian Gray by 4-2, whilst Andreas got the better of Chris Wickenden 4-3 in his opener. Howson with an average of 93.88 and 4 out of 8 when it came to the finishing, whilst for Andreas a bit more of a laboured performance, 79.8 the average and 4 out of 16 on the outer ring. So if both play to type, you'd expect Howson win, especially when you consider the fact he has the darts in this match.
But it's not been that kind of group, has it? Every time we try to predict it, it starts to go another way. Thought Justin Smith might have run away with it. Thought that Scott Mitchell might have been in the top 2. Thought that Chris Wickenden might be out of it, but none of those things have happened yet. It is anybody's.
60.
Those places at finals night, just 2 points separating the top of the table and the bottom of the table.
60.
To make it even more interesting, Gray and Smith have already played each other, so there's no guarantee that either of those will get the 10.
85.
Don't quote me on this yet. I've not done the sums, but
59.
with a table like this, I think there is the possibility that everybody will get to the same amount of points in this group. That'd be a real treat, wouldn't it, Henry?
Won't be for the guy in charge of the abacus.
60.
I'm going to get you a calculator for Christmas. For those who would wonder what would happen,
58.
well, it goes to leg difference, then legs
156.
won, then head-to-head wins. But of course, that can be level as well in this group. Then legs won in head-to-head matches, and if they still can't be separated, then it's overall averages for the group.
140.
That would take a little bit of time to work out. Richie Howson's trying to make sure he just does it on points.
42. Richie requires
He needs
16.
16 of them to help him en route to victory in this one.
Game shot in the first leg.
And then it
Richie
goes,
Howson.
and Richie Howson leads 1-0. 18 dart holder throw in that opening leg.
Second against Andreas.
That is how
to
the land lies
Game
as things stand. Howson will move up to third. Scott Mitchell, who began the day with real
60.
hopes of being in the top 2, would see himself outside the top half into 4th spot.
Yeah, you could see by the leg difference as well. A convincing win for Howson. Could see him go into the top 2.
140.
I've seen him, of course, being in a group on a finals night, which was inseparable and had to be decided by a 9-dart shootout between 3 players.
140.
It was Howson who was the one who lost out. The other 2 going through. And he had the opportunity with his last dart to go for the bullseye of 25. He didn't do it, and he paid the price.
As Chris Mason never told you, he won that 9-dart shootout.
100.
Once or twice.
Apparently he won the week as well.
41.
You're missing him, H.
We all miss Chris when he's not here.
100.
Although it does mean that this week I can be on my best behaviour.
$60. Richie require 161.
Chris and Paul Nicholson will be at the Ali Pally. Doing their thing on the radio. Certainly got the faces for it.
137.
Howson's just going through the gears here.
24.
Double 12 after 12 for the break at a 2-0 lead. And Andreas has not got out the traps at all in this match.
12.
But
Andreas require
has an outside
140.
chance of levelling this game up.
I can't see it happening.
You can't see it happening. It nearly unfolded before our
120.
eyes.
Richie require 12.
Well, nearly's not good enough. And that
Game
is,
shot in the second
and that's
leg.
2-0 to Richie Howson. The Owl flying in this fixture. But even in games today, games have appeared to be panning out one way, and then they've taken a turn.
To throw first.
Look at Scott Mitchell in the last match. Look at Justin Smith in the one before it.
To be honest, having leads early on in the games have been a precarious position to be in today.
Yeah, both of them had two-leg cushions and were playing really well, and both were overturned. I haven't seen a really dominant display from any player
60
in the opening 5 matches. This could be a marker laid down by Richie Howson if he can win 4-0 or 4-1 here.
And because of
140.
the nature of today, a big win for anybody. It's a massive in the legs difference. Agent Gray's got a massive advantage because he won those games 4-0 yesterday. He's on +7. Justin Smith on +2. Howson +1 as things stand. But if he can win this, he'll move on to +3, and we'll get the jump on Justin Smith, as Murph was mentioning a bit earlier on.
55.
Closing in on leg 3, it seems.
60.
As Andreas is offering little or nothing in it. Hasn't found a treble in 9 darts.
$100.
Jorgensen electing to begin
99.
downstairs. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as Howson looks at 106 for 3-0. And this really is in Richie's territory, just about in the single 6, and then pins the tops perfectly to make it 3-0 with his first ton-topping finish of the day. A 106 to put him 3 to the good.
4 flick, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $100. $131.
Good stuff from Howson. Just hitting targets at will now. This is the Toft Jorgensen that we've experienced all week. He can be off and off and off, and then suddenly he's on again.
A bit of a G-up in celebration, but you sense if he loses this one, it's a long way back, not just in points, but who he's got to play as well. Scott Mitchell
60.
and Agent Gray. Next couple of matches for him.
And he would be sinking to the bottom of the table if he were to lose it.
140.
4-0, but that looks less likely now.
Right, it's a big leg. I'm not sure whether it's going to save the Danes Bacon, but it'll put him back in the contest.
123.
But by straying the other side, Howson's not left himself on a finish as he shakes his head in realisation of that fact. And so, Toft Jorgensen didn't have to chase the bullseye off the back of the 81, and he's going to leave himself tops after 12.
$97. Andreas required 40.
So to stay in the contest. Double top.
No score.
Not to be, and Richie Howson could take this out and win this match.
Double 15 to complete a 4-0 rout. Full house for Richie Howson and a 4-0 victory against Andreas Toft Jorgensen, which could well end the Danes' hopes of progressing through to tomorrow night's final. But Richie Howson is in with a shout. Thursday didn't quite go to plan, but as far as today is concerned, it couldn't have got any better to start. A 4-0 win with a 92.49 average, 4 from 11 on the doubles, a 106 finish in there as well. The Owl is 2 from 2 as we end round 2. And coming up after this short break, we're going to see Chris Wickenden and Adrian Gray go toe-to-toe here in Portsmouth. Welcome back to Portsmouth and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Richie Howson beat Andreas Toft Jorgensen 4-0 in our final game of the second round of fixtures. And this is where the land lies as far as the league table is concerned. Well, Adrian Gray, Richie Howson and Justin Smith all on 8 points. Scott Mitchell, Chris Wickenden and Andreas Toft Jorgensen all on 6. It is tightly bunched up as we approach the final throws of Group C here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 3 rounds to go. And next up for us, it is Chris Wickenden up against Adrian Gray. Wickenden, who that victory against Scott Mitchell could well have just saved his week, taking on Adrian Gray, who, well, he's played well today. His best performance was in defeat to Richie Howson 4-2, before then getting the better of Justin Smith in a last leg decider, a game that Justin felt like he probably should have got the points in. But for Chris Wickenden, aged 35 from Nuneaton, twice a winner on the ADC Open Tour circuit in 2023, is Pugs up against Adrian Gray, who made the last 32 of the PDC World Championships. Age 42 from St Leonard's-on-Sea, nicknamed the Conqueror because he is from the Hastings region. And played a lot of soft tip darts out in the Far East region, but he swapped the soft tip for the steel tip and he's had a similar rate of success. Big game for both. Chris Wickenden with victory here can make it 4 players on
First leg, it's Chris to
8
throw
points.
first. Game on.
And would, well, make things very interesting going into the final throws.
Yeah, remarkable that just, what, half an hour ago we were talking about Chris Wickenden being out of it. He could be joint top after this match.
135.
Wickenden's the
81.
and he's been here since Monday morning. The full quota of the week
46.
as our ADC qualifying. If you fancy chancing your arm at the ADC circuit, the championship tour is back next year, bigger and better than ever before. There's various opportunities through the ADC to play on that particular stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That championship tour with a £52,000 prize fund. And if you finish at the top of that particular order of merit table, you will play in a special event which will take place here at the Live Lounge, which will be broadcasting live.
55.
Yeah, great opportunities for amateur darts players. Of course, the announcement recently of the women's ADC.
99.
Women's finals here at the Super Series recently won by Dieter Hedman. A great afternoon. Go back to this week, and Chris Wickenden is looking to
95.
produce the unthinkable
We should require 100.
turnaround in his fortunes. Not going to
60.
take this out. We'll leave it handy and
require
hope
170.
that Adrian Gray doesn't take out the maximum finish.
Not really been scared at all this week. To be honest, the big finishes haven't really been scared at all this week. It's been the one thing that's been
require 40.
lacking is Wickenden comes back for Toft to lead 1-0.
Double 10 for that 1-0 advantage, and
Gauge on
there
the
it
first
is.
leg. Chris
Pugs
Wickenden.
On top, climbing up the table seemingly.
Second
Wants to
against
get
Adrian
a
to throw
handsome win.
first.
Now he needs
Game
to
on.
start maybe not thinking about that, but needs that kind of outcome, because it looks like there's going to be a situation in this group where maybe players are separated by leg difference.
100.
He was -6 before this game. Really needs to be getting into positive territory in the next couple of matches to keep his realistic hopes
30.
alive.
He's been finding himself riding the tungsten tightrope, hasn't he? If you look at yesterday, for example, his average for the day was 86.34. The
30.
averages hit against him was 86.88. And so he's been competitive, but It's just been going up the wrong side of things. But today, maybe those fortunes are beginning to
99.
reverse.
Win and a defeat so far for Adrian Gray.
100.
Went down 4-2 to Richie Howson in his opener, but then had a brilliant comeback win against Justin Smith. 3-1 behind.
140.
Wickenden has been embroiled in so many 4-3s in this group. Both his matches today have gone the full quota of legs.
He does know he's not on the meter, doesn't he?
58. $90.
Even if he doesn't get a tour card next year, Chris will be one of those players that will be back on that championship tour circuit. And it'll be interesting to see, actually, the amount of players that have played here in 2023.
100.
How many and whom will
Require
pick up tour cards at Q
142.
School at the beginning of next year. Only 7 left.
72.
He's looking at
Adrian
treble
require
19 to leave himself double
113.
10 as Adrian Gray looks at 113 to have this game up at 1 apiece.
Wickenden will get the opportunity instead.
53.
To double his lead.
Requires 70.
70 points required to do so. $20 for double 16. Oh, it's
54.
close. But not close enough.
Adrian requires 60.
So, level up at 1-1. It is tops.
$40.
Doesn't go, and so Wickenden
Richard
gets another
requires
chance to double his
16.
lead, double 8. Two twos chasing down the bottom of the board.
12.
Doesn't go. And so Adrian gets another
Adrian, you require
reprieve.
20. Game shot in the second
passed
leg.
Adrian Gray in the corridor after he won that match against Justin Smith, and he said he feels like he's won all the lotteries
Delegates Chris to throw first.
in that game. I think
on.
he's just won another one.
$47.
Yeah, he would have felt like he won the lottery at the beginning yesterday, but then was in a different postcode in that last match against Scott Mitchell. And you feel like that win against Justin just arrested
41.
that slide. I think if he lost that game, I think he could have been in severe danger of his day completely and utterly unravelling. By stark contrast, very
58.
much, well, top of the group, very much in proceedings now. On that championship tour, run by the ADC, of course, partners of ours here in the Super
60.
Series. There'll be 16 events. First 4 will be in Middlesbrough on Saturday the 30th and 31st of March. Then returning
100.
to Borough on the 25th and 26th of May for events 5 to 8. And then we're going to be heading down south to Aylesbury. Events 9 to 12 on Saturday the 29th and Sunday the 30th of June. And then the finale to the season, events 13 to 16, will be back at Broadmoor Farm in
140.
Aylesbury between Saturday the 3rd and Sunday the 4th of August. The top 8 players in the tour after 16 events will qualify for finals day on Saturday the 16th of November. at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth,
43.
where the top 4 players in the tour table after those events will be awarded with a 2-day Modus Super Series slot at the back end of 2024. £1,000 for the winner of each tour event, and the winner of finals day will bank a cool
100.
£2,000, and of course plus the appearances here at the Super Series. So potentially that could be a prize worth close to £8,000 all told.
45. Adrian, you require 160.
£5,000 prize on the line this week at the Super Series and the opportunity to win another 20,000 at Champions Week. And all of the players in Group C,
85.
with 3 rounds of fixtures to go, all still in contention. This is not the norm. Usually 1 or maybe even 2 will look as good as through.
140.
And 1 or 2 are out.
Adrian, you require 75.
Double 12 for the breaker throw and for 2-1. 2 threes.
Game shot in the third
Well,
leg.
it's one way of completing the
Adrian
75.
Gray.
A double-double for the breaker throw to put him 2-1 up. Not by convention, not by
Well,
design,
it's
but
Adrian to
it was
throw
executed
first.
nonetheless.
Game on.
Justin Smith and Richie Howson doing battle next. Now, if Adrian Gray wins this match, he'll move on to 10 points. He'll be the first to get there.
120.
One of those players would join him. And then it would once again be pretty much over for Chris Wickenden. It just shows how quickly it could turn. He would have gone from being potentially joint top to have been the first player that we can put the marker
180.
pen through.
He has this real tenacity about him, doesn't he? What we got to give him credit with
100.
is no matter what happens in a game, he sticks with the task. He sticks with the objective that's at hand. There's hardly been any
97.
examples this week where he's been absolutely railroaded in a match.
Yeah, all close. He'll look back and he'll think of it as a week that got away if he doesn't make it to Saturday.
55.
Probably feel that if he loses this game, he's pretty much out. And then you feel whoever loses the game between Scott Mitchell and Andreas Toft
60.
Jorgensen is going to be in that bracket as well. Because they're not only relying on their own results, then they're relying on others and overturning enormous leg differences.
100.
Those that run yesterday of 4-0 wins might be what sees Adrian Gray through, because he's got the healthiest leg difference at the moment because of those.
64.
It's going to get a go at the 1-2-6 for a 3-1 lead. Will stay there because the treble 19 would have given him a dart of the ball, and so Wickenden ton on the
58.
nose to break
100.
back and to level this game up at 2 apiece. Went tots, but the first dart dips
60.
below.
Adrian requires 68.
This to take full command of proceedings.
Will just be the one dart at double 16.
36.
Wickenden will get the
Chris
opportunity
require
to
40.
get the game back on throw and effectively, due to that, assume control of the contest. It doesn't like it. You can see he's had to shuffle across.
20.
And because his
Adrian
darts lay
requires
flat, anything
32.
above the wire is going to be awkward for him. And has he spurred an opportunity? Too many now. 1 from 9 on the doubles. One left at double 8.
Game
Found
shot
last
fourth
dart
leg.
in hand.
Adrian Gray.
Chris Wickenden spurred 5 opportunities to level this game up at 2 apiece. Adrian Gray's picked up the pieces. Leads
Fifth against
3-1.
Chris to
And
throw first.
Chris, who could have been
Game
throwing
on.
to be going in front, is now throwing to stay in the match.
$45.
And I think maybe Chris Wickenden is feeling that he's been dragged under the surface now.
140.
Pretty much rule him out with defeat, particularly a heavy defeat in this game. One of Howson or Smith will get to 10 points in the next match, so he would be 4 points off the pace with only 4 to play for and would have an enormous leg difference to overturn. In fact, it would be so enormous that he couldn't overturn the leg difference between himself
55.
and Adrian Gray. They'll be looking at Howson or Smith having a capitulation and him being pretty much perfect for the rest of the day. Ain't going to happen.
60.
If he believed in that, he'd believe in Santa Claus.
But they got the beard for it.
80.
Have you been to the grotto this year?
43.
That's just because you're missing Chris Mason. I thought that might be the kind of question he would ask you, Henry.
That's quite PG for Chris Mason.
What did you get?
59.
I don't know. It's sat waiting underneath the tree. I'm waiting for Santa Claus to come, you know.
100.
Apparently he's coming down the chimney at about
Adrian
12:30 on
Require,
Christmas Eve.
167.
You live in a second floor flat. Right, treble 19. Would have been a spectacular way to win the match, but he set up
139.
an opportunity to do just that. And Adrian Gray is making his move at the peak of the pile.
Double 14
81.
for 4-1 win. It hasn't been a
Adrian
vintage
required
performance, but
28.
it's just been enough. And has this been a game too far for Chris Wickenden? Double 7, open bed to aim at. And
Game
found
shot
by
and the
4-1
match.
win, which puts
Adrian
Adrian Gray in control of proceedings. He gets the better Chris Wickenden there by 4 legs to 1. It pretty much ends Pugs' hopes of progressing through. But for Adrian Gray, it puts him in a very good suit. 10 points to his name, plus 10 in terms of the legs difference. He is now beginning to assert his authority. And we're going to see who's going to join him in the double-digit club when we return after the break. Both Justin Smith and Richie Howson are on 8 points. The victor will put themselves in pole position to progress through. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adrian Gray got the better of Chris Wickenden by 4-1. That puts him top of the pile on 10 points, and he's going to have company on that mark, no matter what happens at the end of this fixture, as Richie Howson takes on Justin Smith. The Bearded Dragon, 26 years of age, from Cardigan in Wales, takes on the 57-year-old Richie Howson from Rainham in Essex, a three-time finalist in World Seniors TV events in 2023. And it's Howson who's been making the moves on day 2 in Group C. A 4-2 victory to kickstart his day against Adrian Gray, for then demolishing Andreas Toft Jorgensen by 4-0. By contrast, Justin Smith lost out to Adrian Gray by 4-3 in his opening match of the session.
Game on.
What are we going to see after he got the better of Scott Mitchell 4-2 as well in the opening game of the day? And he's going to open up here with a max.
180.
What a start for the Bearded Dragon. Howson was threatening to do something similar. That was a perfect first start for him. It's 3 perfect darts for Justin Smith. Make that 4, make it 5.
140.
That's where it ends.
Never seen more than 1 9-darter in a week at the Super Series. Never seen a 9-darter on a Saturday night. Maybe we'll be treated to one in front of a crowd tomorrow evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$90.
Well, he won't be too bothered by that, Justin Smith, because the darts were pretty well thrown. Good grouping. He's well ahead in the leg. And he can choose to do whatever he wants with the 91.
83. Justin, you require 91.
Imagine treble 17. Treble 14. And he's just going to hit a 20
51.
to tee up tops.
Tops after 12. And it's not as if he's having a bad leg, but Smith has come out all guns a-blazing.
65. Justin, you require
Left
40.
himself on the big fish, just in case.
Game's
Didn't have to
on the
worry
first
about
leg.
it. Justin Smith, 13 dart holder throw to take the opening leg. And just to send a bit of a statement out to Richie.
Against Richie to throw first. Game on.
Who won his last game 4-0 in convincing style. It's the middle match of the 3rd round of fixtures for the day. And so both players left 2 more matches after this. And so the 2-point buffer the victor can get over the other could be oh so important as we reach the finishing line in Group C.
66.
Yeah, Andreas Toft Jorgensen and Scott Mitchell playing next. Whoever loses that game is effectively out. Although, if I recall correctly, last time Scott Mitchell played in Group C, he thought he was out when he left the building and actually ended up going through when the last 2 results went for him.
140.
So what you're saying is you're not going to put in charge of calculations
44.
tonight?
Yeah, certainly not. But this is a wide open group still. Things can change very quickly, though. And whoever wins this match will put themselves in a very strong position,
57.
joining Adrian Gray on 10 points.
$140. Richie, 164.
Doesn't have to take this out. But he will try and leave it as handy as possible. Was hoping for a second treble 20 to leave double 12, but instead he will return to try and take out 69.
100. Richie requires 69.
Going to be, well, it should have been 1 dart at tops,
37.
but he misses the big
Justin,
number
you
there,
require
Howson. He's going to
51.
lay up on 32. And he's going to get a go of it because Smith cannot take out the
60.
151.
Richie requires 32. Games on
nicely
the
done
second leg.
by Howson.
Howson.
The owl landing the dart on its perch.
Delegates Justin to
And
throw
it's all
first.
square in this one. Remember, it is a match that will determine which one of these players will join Gray on 10 at the top.
56.
Be in the top 2 with 2 to play. Last match of the day for each player. Howson will take on Chris Wickenden. Justin Smith will take on Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Howson does still have Scott Mitchell to
81.
play before that. Smith also has Wickenden.
$41.
Well, after a good start from both players, one strong leg on throw, it's a little bit of a lull at the beginning of leg 3.
140.
And you just get the sense
100.
that Richie's sheer scoring power is going to just present him with more opportunities. And when you look at the doubles conversion, you look at the chances that both players have had, Richie has been more inclined to take them than Justin Smith has.
140. $95. Richie require 140.
He's got 6 and 140 for the break of throw. Oh, you only need the 3 at it. You don't need the full quota.
100.
Tops after 12 for the break in 2-1.
Yes, Smith started in scintillating style in this match, but it's
56.
Howson who's
Richie require 40.
puffed and puffed and he's getting the job done. And in fact, he's increasing his standard as the game goes on. Trying to put this right on double 19. Won't be a bad dart for him, that.
Game shot
He's
on the
used it.
third leg. Richie Howson.
2-1.
Fourth leg is Richie to throw first.
Average of
Game
93, throwing first in leg 4. All looking good for the Essex ace.
Will be looking
55.
to plant his flag on a seniors title next year, having been the bridesmaid on 3 occasions in 2023 at the World Championships, the Champion of
134.
Champions, and at the World Masters. You know what they say, if you keep knocking on the door, eventually you've got to, well, knock it down.
100.
Usually someone just opens it for me, Henry. You keep knocking on the door and
86.
no one's answering, mate. They're trying to tell you something.
Now I know why the police came round.
$100.
Perfect dart. Very
137.
good switch as well to put himself on a finish first as he bids to break back here.
$140. Justin, you've got 144.
Could do with something like this. He got out of the tracks really well, Justin Smith, but
60.
he's really done nothing ever
require
since that 13
106.
dart start.
Treble 18 will be the next port of call. On the wire with both of those attempts, but 84 is no
74.
gimme. It's a shot
Justin, you
which could
require
end on the
84.
bullseye. You really want to see a treble fly in. 14s. And it is the ball. But it is
Game shot on
found.
the
That is
fourth leg.
beautiful.
Justin
Right in the
Smith.
centre to tie up this tussle. And Justin Smith
It's
deserves
Justin to throw first.
plenty of applause
Game
for that checkout. And how important it could be as well. It could be a real tide turner, not just in terms of the match, but in terms of qualification for finals night.
140.
It's been a group where 3 players have at one point looked like they're going to a certain air of dominance. Yesterday, it was Scott Mitchell. Earlier on today, it looked like it could have been
45.
Justin Smith. Agent Gray looks like the player now. But at the beginning of yesterday, we were all saying that Richie Howson probably gets through
100.
this group. He had a slow start to proceedings. He won that last game yesterday against Agent Gray and has come into today's proceedings. Well, you'd say a completely different player. He's playing still to a similar standard, but he's just upped it those couple of points that perhaps he needed to when it's mattered.
100.
Looking more likely than he did yesterday.
140. Justin Yevok, 161. $65.
Good last start to leave a 2-darter.
$60. Justin Yevok, 196.
Well, he could have been easily 3-1 down in this match. Pinned the bullseye in the last leg for the 84, but he isn't going to find the 96. And look what Richie's left. It's the Howson, the 116.
56. Richie require 160.
Yeah, kept hitting this here at the Super Series on a previous visit. Going to be tricky to hit here. Oh, what a dart that is. What a dart.
80.
What a finish it would have been. Justin Smith
you
breathes
require
a
40.
sigh of relief. Richie Howson breathes a sigh of disappointment.
$20.
Both players have caressed the wire, but the wrong side now. And Howson returns for another chance to break. Double 18 to go 3-2 up and throw for the match. And that's another wire bender. But that one finds its way in. Howson breaks and throws for the match.
How does he do it? Puts darts on top wires, blocks beds, and then somehow manages to find the target.
It's just a way that he does things that if you're looking at things in a textbook or on paper, you wouldn't suggest would 100% work. But it works for Richie.
$45.
Yeah, great guy. I've enjoyed watching him at the Super Series and the World, seeing his events and getting to know him a bit. I think there wouldn't be a dry eye in the house if he were to finally
93.
prevail in one of those World Seniors tournaments, having reached 3 finals.
100.
Kind of become the unintended poster boy for them, hasn't he? Came through the qualifiers and was so successful that he's been invited to all the events since.
59.
And what you see in television interviews is exactly what you get from him as a human being. A real gentleman, always polite and courteous to everybody he sees.
45.
Comes up and shakes everybody's hand here at the Super Series. Always makes time for everybody, and that includes everyone behind the scenes. There's nothing too big or too small for Richie, and I think he's appreciative
45.
that at his stage of his career that he's got something to strive for. And actually, probably the best of Richie is still in front of him as opposed to behind.
And there could be a win on the cards tomorrow night. I wonder where that would rank for Richie Howson if that were to be the case. He's edging closer to it. If he wins this match, he's right on course to make it to finals night. Would be a good time to find another treble.
100.
That might just give the edge to Justin Smith in this leg.
Especially now. Think about it.
97.
Think about it, he does.
Richie require
He's himself 74.
144.
But this for the match and for a seismic victory. 144 isn't going to go. Smith comes back to send us to a decider.
104.
Had a run in Yeovil,
Justin, you're
Richie
required
Howson, where he took
74.
out about 6 ton plus finishers in 7 or 8 legs. It was a remarkable display at the Masters, but he couldn't do it on that occasion. And he's given Justin Smith this chance.
42.
How many darts has he had like that? Well, they've been right on the wire, but not in the bed.
Richie require 40.
He has the look of a beaten man. He may well be a beaten man now.
Can't be easy. This can't be easy.
No score.
You may not have been able to tell from the angle, but those darts would have been just blocking that bed completely.
Justin, you require 32.
Well, they have both gone through the helter-skelter of emotions, haven't they? They've both been through the mill. And the agony goes on for Justin Smith. How does he find a way through that? He doesn't know whether to go left, whether to go right. You're going to have to find somewhere, Justin. Oh,
No
he nearly
score.
did, you know. He nearly did. It's come off the barrel. It's
Richie
spat out the
require
board.
40.
And that would have been the most miraculous double hit of the week. Make no bones about that.
Well, all of the emotion evident on the face of Justin Smith. It's disappointment for him
Game
and delight
shot and
for
the
Richie
match.
Howson, who wins
Richie
it
Howson.
4-2 and moves joint top of the table. Deflated the bearded dragon, but the owl is flying high. Howson defeats Smith by 4 legs to 2. Total disappointment for the Welshman. Just edging past him in the end. It was a close game, maybe even closer than the scoreline suggested. But it's Howson who's made his move. Smith still in the race, but he's probably going to have to be perfect from here on in. And that certainly applies to Scott Mitchell and Andreas Toft Jorgensen, who go head-to-head next. Welcome back. It is do or die time at the Modus Super Series for the pair of players on the stage right now. Scotty Dog Mitchell taking on Andreas Toft Jorgensen in, well, it's a win or bust match between the pair of them. The Dane, Toft Jorgensen, been here all week making his debut as an ADC Europe qualifier, has played in the World Cup of Darts on a couple of occasions. A 29-year-old takes on the senior star Scott Mitchell, former world champion. Was expecting to be sat in the commentary box all week, but came in as a late replacement on Wednesday for an unwell player, Norbert Attard. Had a bit of practice then, won his first 3 matches yesterday, but he's now looking to end a 4-match losing streak to keep his hopes alive of not being in the commentary box on Saturday night, but throwing his darts on the stage instead.
Indeed. He's going to be doing something on Saturday night, but we just don't know what yet. And if Scott does qualify, he may bring a few down from Dorset to support him as well.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder where Andreas's mind will be after that 4-0 defeat to Richie Howson. It's just felt like he's aging towards the end of what's been a long week.
Yeah, but he does have a good game in him. We have seen that. There hasn't been any rhyme or reason really for what he's done this week. Andreas Toft Jorgensen, it's been 3 wins in a day has kind of been his limit.
$137.
And he would probably need to win all 3 of his remaining games today to get through. Would need to turn Friday into his best points tally on a single day.
60.
Well, Scott Mitchell, he knows what it's like to sneak through a Group C. Did it last time. Big advantage he's got over his opponent here is he's 8 legs better off in the leg difference, despite him having the same number of points.
I can't give Andreas many crumbs for comfort in terms of the meeting yesterday. Mitchell won it quite convincingly 4-1, averaging 84.5. 13 when it came to the finishing, but the Dane has got off to the better start of the 2 in this opening leg. He's got 6 on 133 to take the opener out.
83.
And Mitchell can only apply pressure from here.
Applies some, maybe not enough.
Required 50.
Double top is the choice for Toft Jorgensen. And that's why
on the first leg.
Pin dead centre to take the lead against Scotty Dog.
And as you say, Andreas has still got that performance in him, but needs that good start to the match to stick for the duration of it.
Suppose
60.
The good thing he's got is that he's looking up at the table, so he's going to play Adrian Gray and Justin Smith before the end of the day. Can take points off other players that are trying to qualify. Andreas Toft Jorgensen wins this and wins both of those 2 matches. He'll be on 12 points. He could keep Adrian Gray on 10, and he could also stop Justin Smith getting to 10. Suddenly, he's going through with Richie Howson.
100.
Who would have thought that at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of proceedings?
Scott Mitchell will be wanting to do something similar. His final match has come against Howson and Gray. So exactly the same type of scenario. In fact, maybe even better for Scott Mitchell that he has the 2 players that are already in the top 2 positions still to play. In a way, it's in his own hands. And looking at the table, you wouldn't think that.
100.
Don't forget, this is session 1 of 2 today at the Super Series. We're back at 10 o'clock for the culmination of Group B, where John Henderson completed the card last night. sees himself on the edge of qualification through to Saturday's final. By Puha also with a strong evening yesterday. But this strong start to the match for Andreas Toft Jorgensen continues, 120 after 9, but this time being put under pressure in leg 2, and Mitchell is going to have a go at the 101 to level up.
21. Scott, you require 101.
And Toft Jorgensen has left himself on 99.
Basically the same checkout, isn't it? Both are going to have to use 3 darts. But Mitchell can't take out the 101.
57.
So 19s for starters.
You require 99.
For Toft Jorgensen. When you're ready, mate. Playing at the Mitchell pace, isn't he? But it's worked. The weight was worth it. Double 16. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, took time to compose himself and doubled his lead in this match. And it looks like it's Scott Mitchell that is going to fall. And Andreas Toft Jorgensen that's going to put himself in the picture. This for 3-0.
He shouldn't have been languishing on 99 after leaving
60.
120 with the previous turn. But he picks up the pieces and he's 2-0. And I just wonder whether Scott's just beginning to run out of steam a little bit.
Yeah, he's been working like a dog this week, hasn't he?
59.
And we should look at that side of things as well, because everybody else, once the session finished, they could go off and do their own thing. Scott was preparing for a commentary session
95.
and didn't leave the arena until around about 1:30, 20 to 2 last night. And so it would have been a case of straight to bed, straight back up and straight back on the horse again.
60.
Speak for yourself, by the way, Henry. I was here the whole time preparing for the next session while you were off doing your own thing.
Whoa!
I had actually given Scott my notes.
Yeah, he screwed him up, didn't he?
Yes, yes. He forgot that I needed them for today and he scrumpled them up and he put them in the bin.
100.
To be fair, you did put some negative things about him on there, didn't you? Never won finals night. He might not be making it back to finals night because we said that Andreas Toft Jorgensen's got a game in him. This could be the game. On top for a 13 darter, he's averaging almost 105.
$85.
Too quick to write the Andreas obituary.
Tops. For Toft. In it goes, 3-zip.
Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
I think Scott Mitchell's running out of steam here. But it's full steam ahead for Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
But you would not put this against Scott Mitchell to find a way back in the match.
100.
He's a wily old dog, is Scott. But he is just in the groove, isn't he? He is flowing at the peak of his powers, and it's a joy to watch.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
60.
From Andreas Toft Jorgensen. 2 180s in the game. An average of 107.43.
60.
Looking like the best performance we've seen in the group.
Tasty from Tofty.
59.
Sumptuous performance that could sink Scott's hopes. For being really in the picture
60.
overnight, Scott Mitchell could see himself 5th in the league table in just a couple of moments' time.
41.
I hope he doesn't have this type of drop off in the commentary box tonight.
$59.
Needs to find a treble here at least. Has started downstairs.
39. Drescher require 100.
Don't worry, by the way, Henry. There still is the possibility of qualification for Scott Mitchell if he loses this match, but it would be a massive, massive outside shot. In fact, I'm just doing the sums myself, and I think the only way
62.
for Mitchell to go through, it would also apply to Chris Wickenden, would be if every single player in the group finished on 10 points, and it'd come down to leg difference.
Which is not going to be Scott's friend if he gets pummeled to nil.
100.
Well, whitewash win for Andreas Toft
80.
Jorgensen.
Well, it seemed like a do-or-die duel when the darts started in this game.
40.
Is Scott
Scott, you
Mitchell
require
done?
102.
Is Scotty Dog's goose cooked? Or are we going to hold our horses?
82.
The 102 doesn't go.
Andreas require 40.
He's been pretty good on tops in the game. He's been on top for all of the game. Double 10. But it's always the hardest double to hit, that one
Scott,
to
you
win the
require
match.
20.
And now Scott Mitchell can go about planting a few seeds of doubt. But to do that, he has to plant the dart in double 5. And that is criminal. It means he can't finish now in this visit.
60.
And it means Toft Jorgensen will get a go at the same target, should he choose to go straight for it.
The look in Scott's eyes was almost one of resignation. Condemnation as the Dane gets the better of Scotty Dog by 4 legs to nil. Andreas Toft Jorgensen with a win which could well be curtains to Scotty Dog. As for Andreas, who has a little chat with Scott following the end of proceedings there. It's all civil, I think. But there's a few words going on there. Don't know what that's all about. And that was coming from Andreas, who won the game 4-0. A 91.09 average, 5 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. And that win for Andreas puts him on to 8 points. And it languishes Scott Mitchell down to 5th spot in the table. Right, coming up after the break, Justin Smith takes on Chris Wickenden. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what a result that was for Andreas Toft Jorgensen before the break. Getting the better with Scott Mitchell by 4-0, keeping him in the equation and conversation. But for Justin Smith, you get the sense there he is back in must-win territory. He takes on Chris Wickenden, who has been
Justin
well,
to throw first.
precariously looming around the trap door pretty much since the start of the day.
56.
The defeat would rule Wickenden mathematically out of the equation. He's as good as out anyway. Would be the first one to be officially crossed off the list. And it would see Justin Smith join the top two on 10 points. So this is the in-play table. His 9th game of the group. He's on 8 and will be joining Howson and Gray.
180.
At the top, I do think there's going to be leg difference coming into this, Henry. It might even be more than 2 ways as well.
93.
You get the sense that Justin Smith needs a big win somewhere. And this is without disrespect to Chris, but just by virtue of him being the player at the bottom of the table, this is the one that he'll probably pinpoint as that one that he can get the big win from.
95.
Made the early running in this match, but we saw that against Richie Howson where he came out the tracks quite quickly, but then deviated, and that's a 15-dart start there for Justin Smith. He's been good on the bullseye all day. It's the second time he's pinned that particular target, and one that he moves in front.
Game on.
Yeah, really good stuff that from Justin Smith. Wasting any time, but he does have these little blitzers and then goes missing for 2 or 3 legs at times. Just needs to find that consistent level of leg-on-leg performance. Adrian Gray against Andreas Toft Jorgensen next up. Then Richie Howson meeting Scott Mitchell. Now, there is a scenario where
58.
It could actually be over by the end of those 2 matches. If Smith loses this and stays on 8, and then Gray and Howson both win, they'll be
62.
through, won't they, on 12 points, 4 clear, with only 2 for everyone to play for. Be a little sort of abrupt end to a day that's panned out so closely. But I think there are more twists and turns today. Scott Mitchell still won't be an easy opponent for anybody to beat. Gray and Howson both have him to play.
Gray and Howson, who have already lost to Scott Mitchell as well in this group.
140.
Now, Wickenden has responded well in leg 2.
96.
But again, Justin Smith getting off to a quick start, but hasn't been able to back it up in leg 2. 103 for Wickenden to level up at 1-1, double 16.
87.
Just on the edge of the top of the wire. And so 143 for 2-0 isn't going to go.
45. Which requires 16.
Pair of 4s for Chris Wickenden. 2s never lose.
Game shot.
They don't on that occasion.
Chris Wickenden.
So, level we are, 1 apiece.
Phil against Justin to throw first. Game on.
Justin Smith is cutting the figure of a man that feels like
41.
everything is hard work at the minute. You could see at the end of his game against Richie Howson last time out, the visible frustrations, the visible palpitations. He looked solemn as he left the stage.
100.
I think he's beginning to feel the heat a bit.
Well, he's the type of player I know that does have a good close look at the league table, and I think he maybe lost that match and thought that was pretty much it for him. On closer inspection, he'll have realised, oh no, I'm not out of it. I've still got a good chance.
121.
But now he's bearing the same pressure in this game as he would have been shouldering in the last one.
And he is at risk, severe risk now of having his throw broken in leg 3. Chris Wickenden with a great leg here. 140 max, 134 to leave 47 after 9. Potential 11 darter incoming here.
93. Chris, you've acquired 47.
Yeah, brilliant leg of darts from the man who calls himself Pugs.
$15. Justin, you've acquired 146.
Pugs can't peg the double 16. He will return with 3 more goes at it.
105. Chris, you've acquired
Once again,
32.
Justin Smith failing to capitalise on a strong start. Wickenden to move 2-1 in front. Makes no mistake on double 16. 13 darter, break of throw, 2-1 he leads. And well, he just keeps himself lurking around the picture, isn't he, Chris Wickenden?
$84. $93. $140.
And really good stuff now. Chris Wickenden. Is it a late rally?
Or
just a parting gift? Both players upping the ante. Averages in the high 90s. 2 180s
140.
for Justin Smith. 1 for Chris Wickenden. Proper game, H.
137.
Indeed it is. And a big finish, really would light up the blue touch paper. It could have also spelt the end for Justin Smith, for the 137 went. And so, 128 for the Welshman 59. To square up at 2 apiece and to get the break that he lost in the previous leg back in tow here. Triple 20 for Bull. Not going to get a go at it. And so Chris Wickenden gets another chance to stretch into a 2-leg lead.
54-24. Oh, okay. But he's got options here. He could have actually gone 45-32 there.
Justin, you require 36.
That would have been a more favourable route with 2 darts in hand. But double 18 is found by Justin Smith. And this one is all square. It's huge, huge this for Justin Smith. Been perfect on the outer ring, 2 from 2.
Game on.
He needs to be perfect in terms of results between now and the end of the day, 2 from 2.
$60.
That dry start to leg 5 there for Justin Smith may just open up the door for Chris Wickenden. And over the next few weeks or so, we're going to see a lot of situations like this, aren't we? 2-2 in legs in a big leg 5.
Yeah, absolutely. That set play format of the World Championship really does breed entertainment and drama. There are just so many more important legs.
100.
I can tease fans of the Super Series that there might be the odd occasion in 2024 where there could be a little change of format here. We'll say no more at this stage.
100.
But just keep across all our social media channels across the Christmas period and we will make some revelations.
140. Chris, you've 161.
161. For the break. For 3-2. Doesn't find the treble 17. And so Justin Smith, who has worked hard to get himself back into the match and now puts himself in a position to get himself back in front again. 2 in his hand, a double 18. Huge dart. And he knows the significance of it. You can see in his face the significance of it. You can almost see the panic in his face.
43.
And now you see the anguish in his face.
Which requires 64.
high standard from both players. Chris Wickenden's just been a thorn in the side of many. Just will not
Game
go
shot on the
away.
fifth leg.
And now
Chris
he's ahead.
Wickenden.
A breaker throw, 15 darter. A 95 average and a 3-2 lead on
Sixth leg,
Justin
it's
Smith.
Chris
His
to throw
head drops.
first. Game on.
Knows he needs one big push now. Otherwise, his fate starts to move away from his own hands.
Game of the day so far for you?
45.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say performance of the day came from Andreas Toft Jorgensen in the previous match, but in terms of two players going at it
60.
at a high level, this one has to be it. Smith hasn't done an awful lot wrong.
140.
Something that we've been talking about yesterday has just been timing. Those misses when he could ill afford it
140.
could come back to cost him, but he's making a big fight back against the darts in leg 6.
121.
Have to say, I've been very impressed with Chris Wickenden today. I think over the course of a day, I think this has been the most consistent at the highest level that he's been. As Smith
180.
finds a big max to put himself first to a finish, and a very makeable one at that on 1-2-1.
135. Justin, you've got 121.
Well, he leaves himself in a very strong spot. This is going to have to go. Treble 17. Been good on the bullseye as well.
97. Christian requires 60.
For the win. To put him on 8 points and to keep Justin Smith on 8 points. Double 10.
No score.
Too far below. And Justin Smith gets another chance, gets another reprieve. But he cannot continue his storyline
Justin, you
of
require
letting these
24.
chances pass him by.
Double 12. Double 6. And double 3. And none of them go in. And surely now
Christian requires
Pugs
60.
will pull the plug.
That could be the straw that breaks the Dragon's back. It's Tots once more for the match. Tots is found for Chris Wickenden. And
Chris
Justin
Wickenden.
Smith's head sinks to the floor. He bites his flight. He knows how significant a defeat that can be. He just stood there, a solemn, lonely figure on the stage. He played well. He averaged just under 97. But it's those 5 missed darts at double which came at key points in the match. In the last 2 legs of the match, as Chris Wickenden runs out a 4-2 victor, it keeps him in the mix just about. It derails the hopes of Justin Smith. And when we return after the break, we see Adrian Gray on 10 points. He can move to 12 if he can get the better of Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Adrian Gray now is in a win and in scenario. If he beats Andreas Toft Jorgensen, he is through to tomorrow night's final on debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Chris Wickenden dealt a big blow to Justin Smith. Pug winning by 4 legs to 2 in a tense but really good affair. Has to be said, both players averaging in the mid-90s, but 5 misses on the doubles for Justin Smith.
First
Came back to cost him, but full focus is on this battle of England and Denmark. Adrian Gray, a win away from tomorrow night's finals. And goodness me, has he been on a journey over the last couple of days. He lost his first game 4-3 yesterday to Scott Mitchell, despite having 2-leg leads on 2 separate occasions. He then won 3 matches by the margin of 4 legs to 0. Lost his last match to Richie Howson. Lost back-to-back games against the Owl before then coming back and getting the better with Justin Smith for the last leg decider. And from that point onwards, he has been perfect.
Yeah, as Henry said, a victory for Gray would qualify him for finals. That defeat would not be fatal at this point for Andreas Toft Jorgensen. He would still have an outside chance, but you would think 12 points is the target here. Scott Mitchell, of course, can only get to 10. Been a little change of flights for Andreas Toft Jorgensen, which I find strange considering that he produced a performance
83
of his week in his last match.
Well, he's been glittering between 2 separate sets, hasn't he, for the last 5 days? That black and white combination and then a almost navy and light blue combo, which he was
60
throwing in that last game against Scotty Dog. Some pros will tell you that sometimes they just like to do certain things to keep you refreshed. I know when I was speaking to Niall Cullerton a couple of weeks ago, he said sometimes he just likes to change things up, to keep things fresh, to keep himself ticking over. And sometimes the same thing, the same setup, everything being the same can sometimes lead to a lapse in complacency.
Well, that's the Peter Wright theory, isn't it? Certainly. Constant tinkering. Keeps him engaged, keeps him interested.
60.
It's going well for Jorgensen so far, bidding to break in the opening leg. Really, really interesting dynamic to this group. Nothing resolved yet with 5 games left to play, including this one. And for Adrian Gray, it's winning, you're in, as you said, but lose and you're in trouble. Because Jorgensen would join him on 10 points.
20.
And Gray plays Scott Mitchell in his last game. There's no guarantee of him adding any more points.
Only had 2 ton plus finishes today. Is Gray going to make it a hat-trick? Not with a 1-3-6, and so Tofty back for the break
78
for a 1-0 lead, 40. And it would mean that since the 4-0 defeat to Richie Howson, he wouldn't have conceded a leg since.
Level 10. And still
20.
Just when you start to see that rainbow, that's when all of a sudden you feel the rain. And there was no pressure. He played really well. Now he's feeling a little bit of pressure and missing opportunities that he was taking in the match against Mitchell. 38. He's going to get a couple of more opportunities in this one against Gray. An opening leg, he could break in 8 visits here. And he does.
On the first
22 dart, break a throw. Andreas Toft Jorgensen says thank you very much.
A polar opposite to the performance against Scott Mitchell, but
game on.
Points mean points no matter what the averages are. Victory for Andreas would mean 3 players would be at the top on 10 points. Scott Mitchell beats Richie Howson. On the back of an Andreas win, you'd have 10, 10, 10.
60.
8, 8, 8. No, that's not the passcode to my credit card.
140.
Don't worry, Henry. The contactless works just fine, mate. I tried it.
60.
So there's nothing on the overdraft anyway.
$100.
Andreas just going from strength to strength in this second leg. 140 followed by a ton. Put himself in a position of authority, not just in this leg, but in the game. But Adrian Gray comes back here, hitting a max just to put him
180.
back in amongst the mix.
$60. $139. Andreas, you require 120.
Two great visits back to back means that Adrian Gray is threatening the break back. Andreas is going to have a dart at Tots at 120. Pins the Tots for 120. And a 2-0 lead with Adrian Gray sat on 62, poised to level the game back up. But the Great Dane opens up a 2-leg buffer.
100.
Well, it's looking good suddenly for Jorgensen. He's clawing back that points deficit. He's clawing back that leg difference. He's won his last 6 legs after that
41.
damaging 4-0 defeat to Richie Howson. Howson, of course, has won all of his matches so far today.
180.
If he wins his next one, he'd be looking very good. But of course, wouldn't be in the same scenario as Adrian Gray here if
96.
Jorgensen wins, because there'd then be another player in the party on 10. Particularly if he wins well. Gray 180 though just puts on ice
105.
thoughts of a whitewash win here.
$121. Adrian, you require 116.
So Adrian Gray wants 116 here. He's got the 60. He gets the 16 and is looking for the tot. So back-to-back ton plus finishes.
76.
And it's just above the wire. Andreas, consequently, back on 243. We have Adrian Gray sat back on tops. Andreas looking to apply pressure. Tops after 12 for Adrian. Toft Jorgensen back on 103. This to bring it back to 2-1.
Game
And that's exactly what happens. The deficit
Gray.
halved. Jorgensen bewildered, but he is throwing first in.
Game on.
This fourth leg.
99.
So, Andreas Toft Jorgensen 2, Adrian Gray 1. Just a reminder of the scenario in play. A win for Adrian Gray, and he will progress his way through to tomorrow night's final, where he'll join Andreas Howson, the 9 dart man, the Super Swedes, who's made a hat-trick of Group A victories when he made it through on Wednesday afternoon. He's probably going to get a loyalty card to half the restaurants in Ports, the amount of time off he's getting following Group A victories.
$140.
If you want to watch Andreas Howson or anybody in action, that's the QR code you need to scan. That'll send you to dartshop.tv, where you can get tickets to the Super Series up until the very end of the series. Now, if you do want to rubber stamp Champions Night, because that does sell out very quickly, February the 17th is the date that you need in your diary for that, dartshop.tv. For tickets for the Super Series.
60. Adrian, you require 86.
Just after Valentine's Day. This would be a sweet finish.
Game shot.
A beautiful finish, right in the heart of the bullseye.
Gray.
for Adrian Gray. Tight up at 2-2, and he's now two legs away
Adrian to throw first.
from qualifying for Saturday night himself.
Game on.
Andreas Toft Jorgensen was like a jack in the box in the background, wasn't he? But credit's got to go where credit's due to the conqueror. Andreas was building up a bit of steam, and like Scott Mitchell, who just couldn't come out for him in the previous encounter that he played, Adrian just stuck with the task. He's levelled back up at 2-2, and now is two legs away from qualifying himself for that final tomorrow.
That's all he needs. 2 holds to throw. Doesn't have to worry about breaking.
100.
And if that is the result, then in the next match, Richie Howson will go off needing a victory to join him at finals night.
99.
And then bizarrely, in a group where we've not been able to work anything out all throughout, everything will be worked out with 3 games to spare.
I mean, victory lap time for some.
180.
Well, Scott Mitchell did a victory lap before the group even began.
55.
You'll find out more about that on our YouTube channel later on in the week. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, to drop us a subscribe,
60.
drop us a sub. 70% of people who tune into this don't subscribe. What are you doing, peeps?
81.
Do you subscribe?
Adrian, you require 106.
I haven't actually.
Make sure you do. Make sure you do. Make sure you do this, Adrian. That's a wayward one, but he's got time on his side.
Though technically, I'm not watching.
You've got all of the bonus content to watch, Henry, you know, in your own time. You're in some of it.
98.
Well, this would be
Adrian, you requires 60.
a perfect time to strike here for Andreas Toft Jorgensen, but he's going to have to rely on Gray missing 20 and then tops to move within a leg.
Game shot.
He is 1 away. He's 1 away
Gray
from Saturday.
6 leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, Adrian Gray may almost see the blue sky at the end of the storm. He may well be able to touch down on Saturday night on the south coast. And because of his locality, he may be able to bring 1 or 2 fans with him.
140.
Hastings were probably about, you say, just under a couple of hours away, maybe top, something like that.
100.
No idea, Henry. I've never been.
Up the Sussex coast, around about Gatwick Airport way, isn't it? You must have been there once or twice.
131.
Yeah. Why would I leave work and go to Gatwick Airport? Actually, some days it doesn't sound like a bad idea. But Adrian Gray still has to cross the line before he can start texting his mates saying, can you make it on Saturday?
Require 161.
161 on offer for Toft Jorgensen. It's treble 17. Well, what a way this would be to seal qualification.
97. Adrian, you require 170.
The fish to conquer all. Not to be, and so Andreas back for 64 to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
64.
We've been here before.
Double top.
24.
Couldn't make the adjustment. And now Gray gets a realistic opportunity to seal his finals night place. Choices on this? Treble 18. Leaves double 18. And he gets it. And Gray goes through.
Adrian Gray.
A debut dream for Adrian Gray at the Super Series. He is in finals night that 4-2 success against Andreas Toft Jorgensen secures his spot there. Gray has done the job. An average of 94.32, a checkout percentage at 57%, and sealed with that 110 finish. It takes him to 12 points, and that means that nobody is going to stop him progressing. Richie Howson is going to have the same scenario next. If he wins, he's in when he takes on Scott Mitchell. Welcome back to the action live from the Modus Super Series, where Adrian Gray has been confirmed as the first Group C player through to finals. Now, he joins Andreas Harrison, who won Group A earlier in the week, and we could have our third finalist at the end of this contest. Richie Howson, who's won all of his games so far today, looking for a fourth straight win, and it would be a victory that would secure his spot in Saturday's finale.
So it's as simple as that. Well, Scott Mitchell would have been hoping that when he got to this stage of today that he'd be playing a game to send himself through, not feel like he'd be involved in a game that somebody else could be going through in. We will get Scott's assessment of everything that's happened in Group C. Well, I'm assuming we're going to ask him about it tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
Well, they've all been popping in. Scott Mitchell himself came in, said, oh, this group's still going strong. He was, despite being at the foot, knows that there's still an outside chance. He beat Howson and Gray. He'd get to 10 points.
60.
Be on the same amount of points as one of Justin Smith or Andreas Toft Jorgensen, but would also be relying on Chris Wickenden beating Howson. And we'd see, incredibly,
100.
three-way tie for second place with 3 players on 10.
The way the players are coming into the commentary box, I thought they were doing a round robin of job interviews to take my
60.
job.
Yeah, they were all popping in. Justin Smith being in to check if he can still get through. He can, but of course Howson would have to lose this match. So they're cheering on Mitchell in the practice room.
100.
As for Howson, he's been the player of the day, hasn't he? So far, averages a 93.88.
55.
92.49 ton plus finish against Andreas Toft Jorgensen, and an 84.97 to beat Justin Smith. And his doubling in particular has been absolutely ruthless at times. 50% against Adrian Gray, 4 from 11 against Andreas Toft Jorgensen. And his worst doubling display, 4 from 13
43.
against Justin Smith. And that was really caveat by the fact that there was just one really tense leg at the end of that game.
$140.
One of the things that Scott Mitchell said, he's got the 2 players left that respect him, the 2 elder statesmen in the group that know all about Scott and what he's done in his career. That's how he saw it. Won both of the fixtures yesterday, of course, but
140.
dream starts turned into a bit of a nightmare for
Mitchell
Mitchell, hasn't it? Won his
86.
first 3 matches, has lost every game since.
Double 16. That might not be the worst start in the world for Richie,
54.
but the
Scott,
third
you're
dart pretty much
58.
goes in the same direction. So Mitchell, couple of darts for the break. Tops for 1-0.
Game
Tops
shot on the
found for
first
1-0.
leg.
17
Scott
dart breaker
Mitchell.
throw for Scott Mitchell to get up and running after Richie Howson himself had missed a couple of darts to go 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $140.
Just to put you in the picture here, a win for Richie Howson, everything would be sorted. Howson would be through, everyone else would be out. Scott Mitchell can still
140.
get through, would need to win this match either heavily or win it and then have a heavy win against Adrian Gray.
100.
But if Scott Mitchell wins this one 4-3, that would not be enough. Has to win 4-2 or better in this game to keep his hopes alive.
59.
But the bigger the margin, the less he has to do in victory against Gray later on. If he wins this 4-2, he'd have to win that match 4-0 and so on.
140.
Of course, could get a favour from Chris Wickenden as well if he can beat Richie Howson. But we also know that Richie Howson's got a double bite. Plays Wickenden in the penultimate game of the day.
98.
It's going Mitchell's way so far, isn't it?
121.
Well, he's putting in a big performance for a big time, isn't he? 1-2-1 after 9 for a 2-0 lead, having broken in leg 1. Got a couple of cracks at this.
48.
Howson realistically could do with a couple of trebles here. This one pitched above the wire, and so that makes things difficult for him, or at least that's what it looks like from our angle.
100.
There's a ton to lead
Scott, you're
104, and so
73.
Mitchell 73 for 2-0. 14 for Tops for 2-0 to
Game
Scott
shot in the
Mitchell.
second leg.
15 dart
Scott
leg.
Mitchell.
And Scott Mitchell is halfway towards the finishing line. And Richie Howson, in a
Well,
game that he
Richie
knew
to
that
throw
he won,
first.
he'd
Game
be
on.
into tomorrow night's final, has got a mountain to climb.
$100.
So there are still scenarios that any of the 5 players Adrian
140.
Gray at finals night. There are still ways it can happen. I don't think we've ever been this deep into a Group C where there's not at least one player out.
Fact of the matter is, the player at the bottom of Group C is going to have
81.
at least 8 points to their name. That's unthinkable.
And right now, the player at the bottom was the player at the top after 3 matches. This man, Scott Mitchell.
81.
Said that Howson's a player that he knows, respects him a lot, but also 2 players that will complement each other.
140.
And I think that's playing into Mitchell's hands here, although Howson has made a good riposte in the third with the darts.
Well, if he fills this up, he'll be well placed.
121.
That's a bit of a disaster. Because not only has he not filled it up and left 100, he hasn't left a finish at all.
So Howson can step in with 6 darts to put it back to 2-1. How much he'd love another treble. Does find another treble to leave himself
140.
tops after 12. He does things so solidly without being spectacular, doesn't he, Richie Howson?
99.
It doesn't look incredible, but this could be a 13-dart leg.
Require 40. Game
So good
shot
at that,
the
isn't he?
third leg. Richie Howson.
A dart above and then just choosing a different portion of the double. He does cut the gap to 2-1.
Scott to throw first.
But Mitchell's
Game
chances become slimmer. Howson still has the opportunity to get it done in this match.
on. 60.
He makes excellence look expected, doesn't he, Richie Howson? Mitchell kicking off without a treble at the beginning of this leg has just opened up the door somewhat for the Owl.
91.
Has found a treble 17 of his last dart.
Yeah, it's very, very rare for Richie to switch, but even he couldn't see a way through with the 2 darts blocking the treble 20.
100.
It's actually quite smart to go switching for 17s early in a leg rather than 19s.
100.
That's the reason you keep it all neat and tidy. You can hit a ton, then a 140, you're on a finish.
Be an idea for one of our videos, maybe get one of our
85.
referees to go through the numerics of a leg and little tricks of the trade to get yourself down to a finish earlier.
Well, basically, a man who never switches switched, so he didn't have to switch for the rest of the leg. And you see him there, exactly the same scenario. The treble blocked, but because of the O at the end, he decided to stay there.
$40.
So this pivotal 4th leg very much up in the offing. Howson just about taking the ascendancy, but
97.
did a treble there last dart, found a treble last dart, but Mitchell can leave it handier.
42. Richie require 100.
6 from here to level this game up.
Not going to do it in 3, but he is going to be well positioned.
99.
Mitchell, who remember, raced him to a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. Looked like he was building up ahead of steam, but Howson's sheer consistency has just been too much to handle right now, and he's going to get a couple of darts at Tots to square this match up at 2-2. And then put him within a couple of legs of progressing
134.
through.
Richie
Well, Mitchell
required
just
54.
tapped him on the shoulder with that setup shot. Double top for Howson. Probably a good thing he missed underneath and gets a clear look at another double, but he
34.
hasn't found that double.
Scott, you require 40.
And from the possibility of this game being level, Mitchell looks to move clear again. He
Game
finds
shot on the
double
fourth
10
leg.
to move
Scott
3-1 to the
Mitchell.
good and a leg away from the match. And if Richie Howson's going to get through at this particular juncture, he's going to have to win all three
If
legs
it's
from
Richie
here.
to throw first.
The only
Game
saving grace that he's got is the fact that 2 of the 3 are going to be with the darts.
And he does, of course, have that insurance policy in his back pocket of a second chance, another game to get to
57.
12 points. Nobody else can get to that tally, chasing him. So his match against Chris Wickenden, game 14, could be the decisive one if this one isn't.
Whoa!
And it doesn't look like it's going to be, because
180.
Scott Mitchell suddenly has started motoring again.
You say the tractor boy is motoring, and he said the one thing he hasn't achieved on the big
100.
stage is a 9. How about now, Scotty? Well, he's been booing the failed 9 attempts all week, so you can have a taste of your own medicine, Scott.
140.
Boo. Talking about boo, we had one of our favourite moments of the year was Paul Hinks of a Dutch player called Patrick van der Boeharde, but Paul Hinks was calling him Patrick van der
140.
Boegaard.
No, say it properly, Henry.
Boegaard.
6 out of 10.
83.
Well, it's 9 out of 10, the performance from Scott Mitchell, just when Howson didn't want it.
$140. Scott, you're required.
But that's a good
98.
leave. Will he get a go at it? 98 for Scott Mitchell. And he gets a shot at double 12. Close, very
86.
close. Richie Howson,
Richie
a
requires
state of
64.
execution.
One last reprieve for Richie. 2 darts at double 8.
56.
But not found. And so for 4-1
Scott, you
victory,
require
Scott
12.
Mitchell wants double 6. To keep Richie hanging on and to keep everybody else in the race.
Game shot.
There is
and the
still
match.
life in Scotty Dog yet, and there
Mitchell.
is still life in this Group C as the Owl is held for now. A 4-1 win for Scott Mitchell means that anybody can make it through to tomorrow night's final. We know Adrian Gray is there, but we've got no idea about the second identity yet, because a 4-1 victory for Scott Mitchell keeps everybody in play. And so it's going to be a dramatic run now to the line. We head into the final round of games. And coming up after the break, Andreas Toft Jorgensen takes on Justin Smith.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where all is still to play for the boys in Group C. That's after Richie Howson was downed by Scott Mitchell in the match before the break. And Mitchell, suddenly having been bottom of the table, has managed to get himself into third place. That will change here because one of Justin Smith or Andreas Toft Jorgensen will get themselves onto 10
First
points.
leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
That could mean moving into second spot above Richie Howson, but whether they stay there or not will be determined by the result in the match that follows it between Chris Wickenden and Richie Howson.
100.
And then the one between Scott Mitchell and Adrian Gray afterwards. Just to put you in the
92.
picture, Adrian Gray's through, 12 points. He's not going to be knocked out. Richie Howson on 10
100.
points. And then everybody else on 8. Mitchell with the better leg difference. He's on 0. This man, Justin Smith, on -2.
85.
So if he gets a 4-0 win here, for example, could be on +2 and would go ahead of Howson
100.
on legs 1. But if Howson wins his last match, he will be through. However, if Justin Smith wins by any other scoreline, he could still go ahead of him, depending on the margin of defeat for Howson. So it could get quite difficult to work out, Henry,
60.
but
Justin
we
McGuire,
will
144.
keep you informed with every twist and turn.
He will persevere, as Justin Smith will persevere, but he's not going to find the 144 on this occasion. And so Toft Jorgensen back for the 141 to take out the opening leg.
141.
And he's going to have to take it out, otherwise it could be broken. Smith's left double 8 after 12.
121. Justin requires 16.
Toft Jorgensen leaving double 10. Smith first poke.
It was a great setup, wasn't it, from Justin Smith, the two treble 18s.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on
the finish
first
as well,
leg.
so it's a break for
Justin
the bearded
Smith.
dragon straight off the bat.
But
Second leg, it's Justin.
throw
to
a
throw
caveat.
first. Game on.
because Justin Smith now in 3 games has come out the tracks flying, but the levels have receded ever since. But is he finding a purple patch here in the game that matters the most for him?
The first 3 darts in this match, the first 2 darts, Toft Jorgensen
57.
threw really high, way above that treble 20, and just saw him there throw a couple really low below it. I think he's struggling to find it in this game.
100.
A far cry to the performance in game 9 today when he bashed up Scott Mitchell 4-0. He was there all the time. He's found it now.
140.
And you see a flyer again with the last one.
Smith, who broke in the first, has kept a stranglehold of that advantage with the darts in leg 2.
140.
His second 140 of the match leads on 1-2-1 after 9. Andreas needs a 2 treble turn of his own.
134.
Finds 2 trebles, leave himself on the fish. Treble 17 would have left the bull.
97.
And this would be some way
Pressure
to
required,
reel the bearded
170.
dragon back in. But Smith again leaving a double. After 12 darts, this time double 12 is what he requires
58.
to
Justin, you
race
require
into a 2-0
24.
lead in the space of 3 minutes. Double 6.
12.
Don't go.
Ratio require 112.
Toft Jorgensen with an outside chance, but a chance nonetheless on the 112. He's got to get a dart at tops to level up.
72.
But his
Justin, you
effort
require
goes high
12.
and over the bar. And so Smith with another opportunity. But it's been missed darts at double. That's been his
Game shot on the
undoing
second
today.
leg.
But
Justin Smith.
2-0 to the good. The bearded dragon finds himself pinning the double 6.
Third
a bit
against
G'd
Andreas
up,
to throw first.
A bit
Game
pumped
on.
up. He knows the importance of this particular match.
140.
Yeah, good stuff from Justin Smith. A good game. Both players playing at a decent standard, but Smith, he was asking the question, what do I need to do?
92.
Can I still get through? He needed Scott Mitchell to win. That was the first part of it. Now he needs to win. Then he needs Chris Wickenden to win. Then he might need Adrian Gray to win. There's a lot of things that need to happen
140.
for him to qualify, but this is the one sort of cog of that wheel that he can actually affect himself. All of the other stuff is left down to
50.
fate. He wins this one and wins it as well as possible, then that's his job done.
Not even Aladdin's
41.
genie could grant Justin Smith that many wishes.
$100.
He's got to do his side of the bargain first. And Toft Jorgensen here has got 6 starts to half the deficit and to bring it back to 2-1.
60.
Just working out the sums.
182.
Taken
182, mate.
77 off, 182 remaining.
95. Andres, you require 120.
Yeah, sensible stuff. To leave 164.
$78. Justin, you require 164.
May not just be the importance of winning, but also winning big. If he can win 4-0, put his legs difference up to +2. But also Toft Jorgensen is going to get a couple of darts to
81. Andres, you
half the
require
arrears
42.
here.
Game shot on the third
He
leg.
does do that.
Andres Toft
A
Jorgensen.
little spanner in the works. Remember, we've spoken about Justin Smith. Andreas
It's
himself.
Justin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Having lost a couple of legs, he cannot now qualify.
58.
Richie Howson, even if Richie Howson was beaten 4-0, cannot overturn that leg difference. He was 7 behind Howson before this one. So he can only be at best
100.
5 behind him, and that 4-0 still leave him wanting.
$96.
Also, of course, means that Chris Wickenden
180.
9 behind Howson, but if he beats him 4-0, he'd still be 1 behind him. So that one leg that Howson
57.
got against Scott Mitchell has actually
Require
proved to be quite important,
140.
hasn't it?
Every leg matters.
Or could prove to be quite important. If he wins,
60.
it will be academic. He plays Wickenden in the next games. Justin Smith, Scott Mitchell, and Richie Howson, the players left in the fight.
140. Justin
Put himself
80.
1 away. Got to be careful not to catch that first dart. That's why he went as high as he did. And then
Game shot on
pins
the
the tops
fourth
to move
leg.
3-1 up.
Justin Smith.
And Justin Smith's putting in an average of just under 95. 3 from 8 on the doubles. He looks
Against Andreas
businesslike.
to throw first.
He looks
Game
like he's in control of not just himself, but now the match. He's 1 away from the win.
96.
Now, it was a crucial passage of play just before Justin Smith hit that max. 347 played 320.
75.
Smith hit the max, piled the scoreboard pressure on Andreas, who came up dry. And from that point onwards, there was only one winner with that leg.
100.
But realistically, you feel that to give himself the best possible chance, Justin could do with one of this 4-1.
128.
Put him on a positive legs difference. It put him on +1. He would have won more legs than Richie Howson in the group as well. He would have won
57.
29 in comparison to 26 for Richie. So that would mean with +1, that
100.
any defeat for Richie Howson would be absolutely fatal against Chris Wickenden.
$140.
So, needs to hit big here and pile the pressure on Jorgensen.
138. Andres, you require
That's a good
108.
leave.
Has to go for Andreas. Howson winning this on as well, but Justin Smith is going to have 2 darts in his hand at
56.
tops for a 4-1 win.
Justin, you require 60.
The bearded dragon has had trials and tribulations all day, and he's going to have another one because it's only going to be one at tops. He G's himself up. He knows how big a dart
20.
it is, and he'll know how big a
Measure
miss that
requires
is.
52.
And it will be huge if Toft Jorgensen cleans this up, let me tell you. For the reasons Henry was just explaining.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Because now it
Under
gives
Toft
Howson a little bit more
Jorgensen.
breathing space, even if Justin Smith wins the match. If he wins it 4-2,
6th leg is Justin to throw
means
first. Game on.
that Richie Howson is better off by a couple of legs rather than just the one. If Howson
58.
were to lose 4-3, he would still end up above Justin Smith in the table. And it's
57.
over to Scott Mitchell. So he gets an extra result that could help him get through. Smith still needs to win yet.
58.
My biggest concern right now is I wonder whether Justin Smith felt he had to win 4-1
100.
potentially. And now that Andreas got another one, maybe he's miscalculated in his mind because his body language and demeanour has completely changed in this leg. Completely changed.
55.
You know, he's been thinking about
81.
it. Has he thought it out wrong or over-thought it altogether?
Justin Smith,
57.
or whatever the outcome of this match, to be fair. And Richie Howson is beaten by Chris Wickenden.
59.
Just looking at the permutation, Scott Mitchell, I mean, I don't know how he does it, getting through the back door of Group C's, but he'd simply need to win his last game.
58. $57.
Sometimes you just cannot make it up in this place.
Better to be lucky than good, isn't it?
100. Andreas, you reckon 147.
That is fair share here. This would be pretty unlucky for Justin Smith if this were to go, but it might go. Oh, almost a 147 break to leave Smith feeling snookered.
To eventually crawl over the line. It's one done. His hand. A
Game
double 18
shot
for
and the
115 to
Justin
keep
Smith.
Justin Smith in the equation. To just about keep him clinging on to hopes of Saturday night progression. I don't know whether he knows the importance of that. I think he thinks he's out. A 4-2 win for Justin Smith against Andreas Toft Jorgensen. And now it all comes down to Richie Howson against Chris Wickenden. The ball is in the Owls' court.
Welcome back to the mathematical meltdown that is the Group C climax for Week 6 of Series 6, but it could be very simple. Richie Howson's in the same spot as he was in his previous match. If he wins, he qualifies alongside the group winner, Adrian Gray. If he loses, then either Justin Smith or Scott Mitchell or still Richie Howson could go through it. Depends on the margin of defeat. Just put you in the picture of the permutations. If Chris Wickenden wins this game 4-3, Howson remains in second place, but could be usurped by Mitchell if he beats Adrian Gray. In fact, would just have to win that match by any margin. This match has started off fantastically.
140.
If it's 4-2 for Chris Wickenden, then Justin Smith suddenly occupies second place. So in simple terms, if Howson gets to 3 legs, Smith is eliminated. If he gets to 4 legs, so is Mitchell, and he goes through. Chris Wickenden can't qualify, but will, I'm sure, relish the opportunity to play spoiler Henry and sign off with a stylish performance and a victory.
I think that's clear enough now. It's been an afternoon full of just sheer carnage here
57
at the Live Lounge. And Chris Wickenden will feel that the way that he's played, and in particular today as well, that I feel like he should have got more out of it. But I feel like that's the story of Chris Wickenden here, where he's a player that we're seeing improve every single time here when he does come to Portsmouth. And you could take a lot of heart from the way that he played. And the results and the fact he's finished bottom of the group isn't representative of what he has played. I mean, not many players finished bottom of a group on 8 points. That's what him and Andreas Toft Jorgensen will be settling the debate over. For this for 1-0 lead. Howson leaving himself back on 101.
Treble 8 or treble 16? Double 8.
48.
Fine, so Howson will get a go at the 3-figure combo.
$85. Christian requires 16.
More goes at that target, missed with his previous attempts.
Can he work away around? Just as the answer. Wickenden leads 1-0.
Some interested parties in the practice room. Every leg won by Wickenden will be greeted with cheers. Remember Richie Howson here, he's treading a fine line himself. If he doesn't get to 3 legs, he knows he's out. Because Justin Smith would go above him in the table. It would then be over to Scott Mitchell to win his last match to try and knock the bearded dragon off his perch.
180. $100.
Well, it's like that age-old saying, isn't it? A dragon, a dog, and an owl all walk into a church.
41.
And the pug is trying to ruin the party.
I've not heard that one before.
Not sure it's going to catch on, I'll be honest.
100.
I think there are 1 or 2 players in the practice room thinking, is this some kind of joke? The way they've played, the way they've put themselves in good positions and still haven't managed to seal it. Adrian Gray's the only one that can relax. We know that Chris Wickenden and Andreas Toft Jorgensen will be leaving us. And we know that Andreas Harrison, along with Adrian Gray, will be in Saturday. Also tonight, by the way, John Henderson looks good to make it, as does Hopai Puha. Bradley Roof's the best of the rest, but Alex Small more than capable. And even David Schlichting could have a much better night and maybe force his way through. Join us from 10 p.m. live on the Super Series YouTube channel for viewers around the world,
61.
or 40 Stuff TV here in the UK and Ireland.
Level 16 to level this game up
shot
at one
the
apiece.
second
Into
there.
the bottom corner it
Richie
goes.
Howson.
Richie Howson levels up at one apiece. And we say it's an animal themed group, and this really is a little bit like Animal
against
Farm
Chris to
because
throw first.
all legs are
Game.
equal, but some legs are more equal than others right now.
Well, for Justin Smith in particular, that does really ring true because it's a game
100.
in which a player has to break despite having the throw first. Usual game of darts, if you hold your throw all the way through and you had the throw, then that's enough. But Smith needs Wickenden to get a break of throw in this game.
140.
Needs him to win by 2 legs. Howson gets to 3. He stays
47.
in second place, but will still be at the peril of Scott Mitchell. If Howson wins the match, then that's it. He goes through.
And this will give Justin all sorts of anxiety. Have a look at the Howson average.
80.
Tipping over the ton.
$100.
Leg up in the offing. Howson stealing the darts now. Very much so now. 140 leads in first to a finish. Wickenden needs to find a visit in kind.
$83.
Not what the doctor
require
ordered. So Howson has 6
141.
darts for 141. It will be he who will get the break. He'll be a leg away from eliminating Smith. He'll be 2 legs away from qualifying himself. Therefore eliminating Mitchell.
97.
$44 points away from a 2-1 lead, and for back-to-back legs in the 5-visit range.
70. Richie required 44.
Average in excess of 103. 2 16s again for Howson. Now 8s.
28.
Doesn't go. And so,
Richie require
Justin
101.
Smith lays his hat on Chris Wickenden, taking out this 101.
Not going to do it. Howson with 3 more missiles.
69.
Looking
Richie
to
requires 16.
make their way into double 8. That becomes 2 at double 4.
Game shot in the
That
third leg.
It's not just
Richie Howson.
a dart sinking double 4. It's a dart sinking the heart of Justin Smith in the practice room.
Fourth leg, it's Richie
And now
to throw
also
first.
making
Game on.
Scott Mitchell sweat.
There's 2 people sat around about 10 feet from where we are
100.
that want Chris Wickenden to go berserk.
Not quite berserk,
100.
but does match the opening salvo from Howson, who is now 1 leg away from eliminating Smith. 2 legs away, qualification.
It is at this
100.
moment where you want that camera in the practice room to see what on earth Justin Smith's going through. I mean, we saw the range of emotions on stage today. Goodness gracious, what he's doing. He's probably
140.
pacing up and down like a whippet in a Yorkshire Vale.
We know that he's all across it because he's popped his head round our door twice to ask exactly what needs to happen.
100.
How many legs can I get away with, basically, in this match? The answer was 2, so he's now at the point of no return. Always one of the weird complexities of Super Series darts when it comes to the end of any
100.
Friday session, that often the match on the stage isn't the real match. It's between one of the players on the stage and another one that's sat in the practice room watching.
54.
Chris Wickenden is just a bystander playing a game for
161.
Justin Smith right now. And needs to take this 161 out. He's not, and perhaps ironic that the snooker player that is Richie Howson takes out a
82.
147
Richie
to...
require 147.
Well, there was a big prank, wasn't there? Didn't Keegan Brown get hold of his Facebook account and say that he had cleared 147 on the snooker table? Wasn't really true.
57.
Can't clear the
Which requires
147 on this
79.
occasion. So, Smith's hopes in Wickenden's hands.
It's going to be a dart at Toft to save Smith's skin. Toft, that is, foul for the break, and Howson straight back to the table. He knows how significant that solitary leg could be.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
So, if Wickenden wins this leg and the next, then it's game on for Justin Smith and game over for Richie Howson.
30.
That would be it for him. If he wins one more leg, then he's still in. If he wins two more, he's through. But if he loses the next two, then he's out.
100.
Do you think at this point he would take the 4-3 defeat and take his chances with Scott Mitchell playing the group winner Adrian Gray in the last match? You said to him now, deal or no deal?
Because Richie knows that yesterday Adrian Gray's worst game by some distance came in the last, and Scott Mitchell's best performance yesterday came in the last.
Quite a remarkable scenario, isn't it? That there are three possible outcomes in this game, and they mean three very different things for the player playing in it. It's a yes, no, or maybe, basically.
100.
Literally, the only player not involved anymore in this whole setup is Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Even Adrian Gray can get involved in the next game against Scott Mitchell, providing Chris Wickenden does some business here.
140.
This must be very, very tough to watch for friends and family of all of the players involved. Richie's wife Lynn will be
57.
watching behind a sofa at home.
6 darts to knock Smith out. And then would be a leg away from sending Scotty Dog through that same misfortune, that same fate.
100.
Ton's okay because Wickenden's all the way back. He realistically needs to fill it up. Needs to find a treble now.
57.
Doesn't. And so Howson has 6 darts to send Justin Smith packing. It'll be part 1 of the job he needs to do.
88.
And he has missed a dart at double 16 to depart of the bearded dragon.
Who is now praying for time, praying for misses.
60. Richie requires
Howson
16.
has 3 in hand to do the first part of his own job.
Game's
That
on the 5th
is
leg.
Justin Smith gone.
Richie Howson.
The Welshman cannot qualify. Richie Howson is one away
Richie to throw first.
from completing the task, from sending Scott Mitchell out and from booking his place at finals night tomorrow.
You will not see the dragon. Will the dog
140.
have one last life? The Scotty Dog has got to rely on pugs.
I actually think that's
43.
almost wrong. I think he's got to rely on Richie dropping his level rather than Chris raising his. I think maybe both those things have to happen, and there's no sign of it happening. There's no sign at all. Richie's seeing the finish line and he's making a dash towards it.
140.
He's almost there. Almost there.
140.
Wickenden's going to stick with him, but Howson's just got that little bit more.
And you have to give credit to him today. If he does win this match, it'll be 4 out of 5. That is a
81.
victory haul deserving of a spot in a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And he is going to have 6 starts from 140
43.
to secure that place.
But you require 140.
To return to a Saturday night at the Super Series. He's not going to do it this time, but he's got the luxury of that. He'd love a treble through the middle of that. But even
60.
so, tops. 80 is okay. He should get at least a dart on his return.
Oh, that's a disaster. Needs to find another treble now.
85. Richie
6 darts from
80.
80 for Howson. And a dart in a 20 will not be in the way of tops. This is a clear sight.
Game shot
And
and
Richie
the
Howson
match.
is
Richie
through
Howson.
to finals night on Saturday. He denies Justin Smith and Scott Mitchell the opportunity to get there. It will be Adrian Gray and Richie Howson going through from Group C. The Owl will be in night action tomorrow at finals night. And there's one more match to come. The other man through with him, Adrian Gray, takes on the now disappointed Scott Mitchell.
And after all that, all has been decided. Richie Howson and Adrian Gray are the two players from Group C through to tomorrow night's finals. Up until the final dart of the last game, Scott Mitchell, by some way and by somehow, was still just about in the mix. But that win for Howson means that mathematically he is through. Scott Mitchell is out. Justin Smith eliminated alongside him. And so, for Adrian Gray, it is a victory lap for him. For Scott Mitchell, he's got some thinking time before we ask him why he didn't qualify from 10 o'clock tonight when we conclude Group B, where John Henderson's in a good suit.
I think the big question really, Henry, now is which one of us is having the night off tomorrow? Scott Mitchell can sit down in the chair that he was intended to sit in, can't he?
Scott to throw first.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Game on.
Right, here he goes for one last time. And let's just give enormous credit to this man for stepping in this week. He was sat in the commentary box when we learned that Norbert Attard was too unwell to participate on Wednesday.
100.
And straight away donned his dart shirt, dusted down the arrows, and he's been here since then. And gave it a good go, won his first 3 matches in this group. He
59.
got that victory against Richie Howson in his last game to give himself a chance. But Howson has since taken away that chance. Scott Mitchell to the end with a smile on his face, closing out against the man who's going through to finals night as the group winner.
In fairness, when he got told on Wednesday morning, I think it's the fastest
140.
I've ever seen Scott Mitchell move.
It's been a strange week for Scott.
140.
We have had commentators play before, but not on the same week that they've been commentating.
Except for one exception. Do you remember when Chris Mason won his week? He was booked to commentate on the Champions League, qualified for Group B, and so he commentated the Group A.
Yeah, for the Monday
60.
to Wednesday, yeah. But Mitchell's taken it to another extreme, hasn't he? Playing in the afternoons and commentating in the evenings.
Only one way you can make it more extreme is we just got to mic him up for us playing. Which I don't think's a good idea.
58.
Yeah, maybe for social media, not to go out on the broadcast.
Yeah, I can't see Mace mic'd up being the world's greatest idea.
But Scott Mitchell has enjoyed it. He's made no
100.
bones about that, pun intended. He came in, as the comms box said, I absolutely love it. The practice room, the errors,
100.
the competition,
Scott, you require 101.
the preparation. I was about to say the execution, but he spoiled it. Missed the big number.
$85. Adrian, you require 144.
So 144 for Agent Gray to break the throw in to make it 1-0. Gonna go this time, and so Scott Mitchell, 88, to put himself in front.
94.
The
Scott,
opening
you
leg of
require
the
16.
final game of the group. 2 4s. Now looking down for 2 2s. He has a chat with himself and
12.
he'll be berating the darts.
Adrian,
The
you
Gray's got
require
to break
50.
charts on 50.
Go straight for it, Adrian. Have some fun. You're already through, mate. Okay, go that way then. Wow. I don't think, if he takes this out, I think it'll be the first time ever we've seen 50 taken out this way. This is incredible. Well, he scored 34, hasn't he? So it's 88. Double, double.
34.
And then he can't hit the double when he needs it.
Scott, you require 4.
What a crazy turn of events. Mitchell only wants 1 double here.
But Adrian Gray got 2 doubles, but Mitchell can't get double 2.
No score.
Nor double 1, which Gray did hit.
Adrian, you require 16.
Right, let's keep it simple this time, boys.
Game
That's
shot on the
it.
first leg. Adrian Gray.
2 cheers coming from the practice room alongside us there after they finally
7
Finish
minutes,
that leg.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
I have to say it's been a highly competitive group. Adrian Gray, if he wins it, would be on 14 points. Richie Howson on 12. Justin Smith on 10. And then 3 players on 8 points.
60. $100. $95.
Well, for Agent Gray, it's the end of a long day. For Scott, well, it's only just the beginning of one.
Yep, he will be back in the commentary box
60.
this evening. Being reminded of his failure this afternoon. Do join us to listen
60.
to that and to watch some very good darts from 10 tonight. Sporty Stuff TV, MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Yep, 4th in Group C after finishing 7th in Group A.
100.
That's a 6-player group.
Bit like Sheffield United finishing 21st in the 20-team Premier League season.
26.
Don't mind that. It's Adrian Gray, though, that's going through to the 6-player finals night tomorrow. 7:30 the start time on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Join us from 10 on Sporty Stuff TV for the
100.
semis and finals. The last one before a Christmas break. Andreas Harrison joins Gray and Howson. And tonight we will find out who will complete the lineup. Henderson, Puha and Roos currently in the places to do so.
Scott, you require 141.
Screw up at one apiece. 141 for Scott Mitchell. Not going to go on this occasion, as Adrian Gray back on 120 to double his lead here.
$28. Adrian, you require 120.
Shanghai shot then. Not to beat. So Mitchell with
60.
the opportunity
Scott, you require 130.
to level this last match of the group.
His second ton top of the day, took a 107 out.
Has he changed his mind here? He was looking at 17s at first. I think he's gone 13s now, yeah. Sorry, Henry. Just thought that Scott Mitchell had
93.
changed the plan. And the reason
Adrian
why
requires
he probably
60.
thought of 17s in the first place was because the dart might have been blocking tops.
For 2-0, Adrian Gray, double top. 2 10s.
50.
But it's not 2-0. And Scott Mitchell
Scott
now wants the
requires
target
20.
that Adrian's just missed.
Game shot in the
And
second
it goes,
leg.
break back,
Scott
1-1.
Mitchell.
The first day of
Delegate
Dartmouth,
Scott
of
to throw
course.
first. Game on.
World Championship beginning in, well, just under an hour and a half's time at the Alexandra Palace in London. Stowe Bunce and Kevin Dewitts will be getting the evening's action underway.
140.
Simon Whitlock amongst those in action. And of course, Michael Smith will begin the defence of his title against the winner of that game between Bunce and Dewitts.
And that, for me, is a difficult match. Whoever wins
140.
for Michael Smith, there could be sensation at the Palace tonight.
I was doing some predicting this morning with some of the people who were behind the scenes here, and we were going down to who our last
60.
four will be, and I think I've finally come off the fence post.
Go on then.
The top half of the draw, it will be Rob Cross against Gerwyn Price. The bottom half, Luke Humphries against Michael Van Gerwen.
60.
Well, I can't remember the semi-final lineup I went for, but I had the final as Luke Humphries against Johnny Clayton.
People forget that little less than 3 weeks ago, Rob Cross was in stupendous form.
140.
And to be honest, if it wasn't for Luke Humphries putting one of the best performances we've ever seen in a PDC major final, would have walked away with the Eric Bristow Trophy and would have been spoken about as one of the favourites for that competition.
100. Scott,
15 players that have played here are playing at Ali
161.
Pali as well. Do check out their best moments on our YouTube channel. They'll be posted in the build-up to them playing their first matches at the World Championship. A couple of them are online
93.
already. Luke Littler and Fallon Sherrick. And while you're there, be sure to subscribe to make sure that you see all of them. Get you in the mood for those big matches. Adrian Gray here is
59.
getting in the mood for finals
Scott,
night
you
tomorrow.
require 68.
Scott Mitchell might put him in a bad mood before he leaves the stage. Double top will put him 2-1 up.
48.
That was a decent
Adrian, you require
attempt.
142.
Does he go for another? He does, you know, for double 11.
Game
Ah,
shot
what
in
a
the
shot
third
from Adrian
leg.
Gray. That is
Adrian Gray.
the shot of a champion. That's why he's won the group.
That will feel like a sickening
Full
blow
Adrian
to Scott
to throw
Mitchell.
first. Game on.
He's seen the funny side of it, at least. Even if he does have a right shake of the head.
99.
You can just tell that both of, even though they want to give their best, they've gone out to enjoy themselves here.
100.
Just to mark your cards.
59.
In terms of Super Series players of the World Championship, that will kick off tomorrow evening when we are going to see David Cameron. Played here early on in the year. He takes on Jamie Hughes. I think he's got a great chance of beating Jamie Hughes. And then
100.
third game on in that evening session, Haruki Murematsu takes on a weekly winner here last year in Scott Williams. Sunday afternoon, Simon Adams, who really lit up this stage last week, takes on Ricky Evans. Then in the evening session,
140.
Balan Sherrick takes on Jermaine Watamina. Tiva Chacol takes on Mario van der Buhada on Monday night. Hupai Puha, we're going to see later on this evening, will take on Martin Lukman. Tuesday afternoon, Jeffrey
60.
de Graaf against Richie Edhouse. Akira Suzuki against Ricardo Pietrezco. Then on Wednesday, Owen Bates in action against Steve Lane and Marco Gankler the game
100.
before they against Radek Chagansky. Then in the evening session, Alex Spellman takes on Ryan Joyce. Ben Robb, Richard Veenstra, and Luke Littler takes on Christian Kist.
50.
And Adrian Gray will be thinking about his own
103.
big moment tomorrow now. Just had a big moment in the previous leg with that 142. He's not going to add the 103, but he will be back
62.
because Mitchell's not in finishing range.
So for 3-1 to put him on the hill.
Scott Mitchell starting down on the 19s, hit a stray 7.
47. Adrian, you require 41.
Be back in the comms box on the evening session on the stage to talk darts on Saturday, and then back on the plough on
Game
Monday.
shot on the 4 flag. Adrian Gray.
Adrian Gray is ploughing through. 3-1 up. He's already won the group, but he could win it on points if
Fifth
he
leg,
wins
it's
this
Scott
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Comedy moment between the pair of them. He didn't mean it. He means no malice, Mr. Mitchell. He wants to turn around and say, actually, you might as well throw first.
And if anybody should know the
41.
rules, it should be him.
$92.
Couldn't quite make it through, but has done a good job. He will finish 4th in this group, regardless of the scoreline.
100.
Unless he manages to turn it around, of course.
Probably the happiest man in this group C is probably sat about 85 miles away in
180.
Alexandra Palace right now, and his name is Chris Mason because his tag's still there for now.
$140. $59.
Well, he did leave the 170 to qualify. He didn't take it out, but he could sign off on it, Adrian Gray. Come on, Henry, we'll say it together. We'll do it. 60-60
100.
ball. We'll speak it into existence. You
Adrian,
ready?
you require 170.
60. Well, that's the end of that then, isn't it?
Shall we try again on the 120?
No.
134. Scott, you require
All yours, my friend.
120.
Ladder time. Oh, no. So Adrian Gray back for 36 for the match.
Put your arm around him tonight, H.
13.
My arm won't reach
Adrian,
it.
you require 36.
Level 18 for the match. Gray, the group winner. Can the conqueror conquer all?
18. Scott, you require 107.
Still a chance for Mitchell here. Double 16.
Skin
shot the
saver for
fifth leg.
Scott, and back to
Scott
3-2 we
Mitchell.
go. But now, Adrian Gray throws to the match. A second ton topper of the match.
Six
The
legged
second
Adrian
ton
to throw
topper of the day
first.
for Scott
Game on.
Mitchell. Both of them have been 107s.
$140. $140. $60. $100.
And is he going to sign off with a win, Scott Mitchell? And would that mean something to him, just to his last match on the stage was a
60.
victory?
He is that type of player, isn't he, that thinks like that. So it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But Adrian will be of the same ilk of thought as well, because you don't want to go into tomorrow night on the back of a defeat.
100.
And also, Adrian was 2-0 up, 3-1 up in this fixture yesterday and lost it. So he'll also have that lingering in the back of his mind.
100. Scott, you require 161.
So, for something stylish, Rebel 17. And the bull. Oh, what a shot it would have been.
Shall we pretend this is a 9?
41.
No. It would have been an anticlimax. Scott Mitchell still got a win on the mind.
47. Scott, you require 25.
The comeback trail looking to succumb Adrian again. 8. To reel him back in again. Remember, Gray had a margin
17.
in front yesterday against Scott, and Scott pipped into the post, but Mitchell
Adrian,
has
you
missed a
require
couple of darts to
94.
send us all the way, and Adrian Gray has 94 for the match.
Gets a go, gets 2 darts at tops. Seal his group victory with a win.
74.
Not to be.
Scott, you require 8.
And so, the Scotty dog is still in the game. His tail's still wagging. But he might have it between his legs if this doesn't go.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
And we go all the way
Scott
to a
Mitchell.
decider.
Seventh and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
And so, the last leg of Group C, and we finish off this group the way that we started it. Mitchell and Gray going all the way to a decider after Gray had a 2-leg lead, which
100.
Mitchell has pegged back.
Gray with the better of the opening exchanges here, but Mitchell now on the money with darts 1 and 2. Visit 2.
140. $55.
Well, there may be only a few more scoring visits left. Let's see a max. Let's see the light parade here at the Live Lounge. Yes! No!
121.
Well, he leaves 180. Scott Mitchell. He looks like he's going to win this match, and it'll be a nice little parting gift. What's going on here? Giving the gift of darts at Christmas.
55.
Well, Scott entered the exclusion zone.
Yeah, Owen Binks should have done his job. Said, get out, Scott. Not your turn, mate.
Dart, touching dart, reaching out, touching me, touching
60.
you.
$134. Scott, you require 120.
For the match.
100. Adrian, you require 157.
This would be some way to win it. He's not going to find the 157, and so Scott Mitchell to
97.
once again come back
Scott,
from
you
2
require
legs behind
20.
to beat Adrian Gray. Double 10
Game,
for the
shot,
match, and
the
he wins the
match.
match. Scott Mitchell
Scott
rounds off the Group
Mitchell.
C campaign with a 4-3 victory against Adrian Gray. Mitchell, well, he's going to be returning to the commentary box tonight. Adrian Gray will be returning tomorrow for the final. A 4-3 win for Scott Mitchell in the final game of the session. 82-11 average, a 107 average there as well. Scott Mitchell then, the victor of the final game of Group C.
Yeah, we'll just show you the table. Here's how it panned out in the end. Adrian Gray winning it, 12 points alongside Richie Howson, who got through just at the death there with a win over Chris Wickenden. Scott Mitchell couldn't quite make it in the end. There was also heartbreak for Justin Smith, but what a competitive group with Andreas Toft Jorgensen and Chris Wickenden, both finishing on 8 points. So it's Adrian Gray and Richie Howson that join Andreas Harrison at finals. Now, we'll be back, of course, this evening as well, 10 p.m. for the conclusion of Group B, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where Hopai Puha and John Henderson are in action. But in terms of Group C this afternoon, well, it was Gray who grabbed glory.